Hey, horror fans, hope you're well. Bored now, back with Rachel Macdonald for a very special video, and that's because a year ago, pretty much to the day, we put out our first video together, which was, of course, the Fear Street trilogy, that review. That was our first video a year ago, and things have obviously blossomed. It's been a beautiful partnership ever since. Many highs and lows, as any rocky relationship tends to have. But we've had a lot of fun, and we hope you've enjoyed it. And to mark this 1 year anniversary, we've decided, since so much of our content has been horror related since then it was fitting to do an extra special long list of 25 of our favourite horror movies. So individual list as always. If you've seen our top 10 videos, you know the way it works. You know, then Rachel says her number 10, I say mine, we go from there. But this time, just to make it extra special, it's a longer list. It's 25. Rachel's top 25 horror movies, my top 25, and the format works the same as always. So this is going to be an epic list. Very exciting. Me and Rachel have been talking off air where we're going to be predicting some films we think the other one might have, and we certainly think there might be a few crossovers, but we both agree also then there's going to be a lot of diversity with the two lists and a lot of difference as well. So that's really exciting. And we've worked hard on this, so we hope it produces a really good video. Your participation, as always, in the comments with your list, your thoughts on our list, various type things. So, yeah, I think we should make a start because this will be an extra.
This will be a long one.
Because for those of you who watch the top 10 videos, they normally go quite long. So if they go long, then chances are this will go even longer. So we're going to start, of course, at number 25, and I'll throw it over to Rachel. What is your number 25?
Terrific. So just quickly before I go into that, I just want to clarify, and you guys probably know this, but these top 25, especially for me, not necessarily what I think are the best top 25 horror movies, like the most well-made. These are just our personal favorites. So yes, there will be some critically acclaimed movies, but there's going to be some bad stuff, at least from me. Keith is a little bit more refined than I am, so he might have some better stuff, but definitely for me, there's some guilty pleasures. So, start coming in at number 25 for me is a little horror comedy from 1999 called Idle Hands, starring Devon Sawa at the height of his kind of horror streak. He did this, he did Final Destination. So Idle Hands is a very, very 90s movie. So it was made in 1999. It's very loosely based on the saying, idle hands are the devil's plaything. And Devon Sawa plays Anton, who is this slacker stoner who basically doesn't do anything except eat, play video games, even doesn't even do that, and get stoned. So he finds out because he has idle hands, the devil has gotten into one of his hands and is literally starting to kill people without him even knowing. It is a hilarious film. Devon Sawa is great in the title role. His two best friends, his two stoner friends, played by Eldon Hansen and Seth Green, are fantastic. Now, every movie we talk about, guys, probably will be spoilers, so just keep that in mind. But at one point in time, these two are killed and come back as zombies, and they make the best zombie sidekicks ever. Just so good. The hand itself is actually really creepy, and Devon Sawa does a really good job at looking like he's literally being dragged around by this hand that he has no control over. The movie doesn't take itself too seriously. It came out in that slew of slashes that followed Scream, but it definitely knows that it's a comedy more than a horror, and it plays that for all it's worth. There's a ton of really great fun, like 90s songs. It has a really fun look, the film. It's very bright. There's lots of neon, lots of green, lots of pinks, lots of reds. There's a great cameo from The Offspring at the school band right at the climax.
Okay.
And
Very
the hand
90s
comes
again.
out and scalps like the lead singer, which is fantastic.
That does sound pretty funny, yeah.
Yes, at one point in time, the hand does become detached from Devon Sawa, at which point it's played by the guy who played it in the Addams Family. So the hand itself, really, really creepy, especially because it decides to like pretty itself up and like sharpens its own claws so it looks like a really creepy, like demonic devil hand. It also has Oh, I completely forgotten her name. Vivica A. Fox playing the chick who's like hunting the demon hand, and she's got like all the lore on it and everything. Also has a very young Jessica Alba in it, in one of her earliest roles. So a lot of '90s faces. I love this film because I've been watching it for years. It's dumb stoner fun. It's just one of those movies you can throw in of an evening and just have a really good laugh. It gets the comedy great. It's still got some really fun horror bits. It's got some really wrong, like disturbing horror bits. Like there's a great scene where a guy and a girl are getting handsy in a car, and let's just say the hand comes in and starts to help them out, and it's all sorts of creepy. But it's just a fantastic film. I have a lot of fun with it. So that's my number 25, Idle Hands.
Okay, solid way to kick things off. I've heard of the movie. I know a bit about it. I've not seen it though, so it's always one. It's sort of on the list to see at some point. I knew Seth Green was in it, which gives it bonus marks, but I didn't know Devon Sawa was in it actually. But I sort of knew there was a few faces. So okay, yeah, very 90s pick, obviously. And
yes, it is.
I will check it out at some point for sure. So my number 25 is a movie called Phenomena. Have you heard of this one?
John Travolta?
No, it's not that one.
Okay.
I think a lot of people might. It's actually spelt slightly different.
Okay.
But
Then no, I don't know.
No. Okay, so this is a Dario Argento film from the mid 80s, and there's obviously a few films of his I considered putting on the list. If I was pushed, I might say this is my favourite Argento film. So I'll explain the plot to you, and you'll just hear what a batshit insane premise it is. Because Jennifer Connelly, a very young Jennifer Connelly, so this is around about the same time as she was in Labyrinth, so very young.
Yeah.
She plays like the daughter of a famous actor who's sent to like a boarding school in Switzerland. And the whole premise, Donald Pleasance is in the movie as well, and she meets him, and he's like specializes in insects. That's his like specialist sort of field, and so they sort of strike up like a sort of a pairing type thing, like a bond. But the whole premise is that there's a serial killer in like the local area, and the Jennifer Connelly character develops the power to connect with insects, so psychic power connecting to insects.
Okay.
And through that, she's able to use that to identify who the killer is. So you get like this crazy murder mystery, but with this really wacky B-movie premise. You get a lot of scenes with her and Pleasance's character. He's got like a pet monkey, which is some like sort of quirky fun with him and the monkey. But yeah, I mean, I think the whole premise, it just sums up Argento at his best, where you get like this merging of like these two. On the one hand, this murder mystery style plot, but on the other, this wacky B-movie premise, which sort of sounds ridiculous, but there's just something about it which really tickles my B-movie sort of like cockles, where it doesn't really make any sense, but it doesn't make sense in a way which is like really thrilling and off the wall and wacky, and just makes it an insane like fun B-movie. But the genius, I think, to Argento when he works well, which is what you see in this movie, he still has a certain style, a certain mood to his films, where he makes them scary, even though like the premise seems like ridiculous and not something to buy into. So he definitely has a unique style. You've got a classic sort of psychedelic like prog rock score, with which a lot of his movies have. Like his regular collaborators, Goblin, on good form. You've obviously got good performances. There's sort of a mixture in this film, and it is the mixture which I think makes it so fun and engaging to watch. So there's obviously some macabreness going on with some of the big set pieces and some of the kills. There's a good sort of opening kill where like a girl is sort of like literally falls back into like a plate of glass, and her head gets cut off all the way, and you see it literally trickle down and fall into like a big waterfall down below. So it really sets the table nicely with that opening kill. And he definitely knows how to get under your skin, Argento, and there's some good like jump scares. But I think another thing to say about the film, which really appeals to me, is there is like, through the style of it and through some lighter touches, it also has this feel of like a dark fairy tale. That's probably a good way to describe it, where there is like this dreamlike sort of fantasy style quality, which does, you know, mold really well and make it a more likable film to watch than if it was just a full-on, you know, extreme type horror. So it's all those different styles that come together so well and makes it a true cult classic. Jennifer Connelly is one of those actors who's a good example of a child actor who has grown up and remained very consistent. Like, obviously she's been in some great films as an adult, but you can see, because a lot of times you'll have it where it's one or the other, where they'll have a good child like career as a child, and then it doesn't really develop. Or sometimes it will be the other way around. It's very rarely you get a consistent career throughout, and I think she's had that really, where for her age in this and in Labyrinth, I think she was really good, but then she's carried that on and matured later on. Donald Pleasance in those sorts of oddball style roles, and he really perfects. So, in my opinion, I like, not everyone would agree with this, but for me, it's my favourite Argento personally, and definitely one to seek out. So that's Phenomena, my number 25.
I have to put that one on my list. I have to say, I don't actually know if I've seen an Argento film, or if I have, it's been a very long time, but he's definitely a director I need to check out. And I've heard people describe like Suspiria as a dark fairy tale. So that must be something that he likes to work into his movies, kind of like Del Toro, you know, they do the darker subjects, but it's almost like it's a fairy tale. So, very, very cool. Okay, so mention 24, I'm a little nervous to say, because I have a feeling I'm going to get a lot of mockery for this, but you know what, people, you can hate all you want. I love bad horror movies, so coming in at number 24 for me is the 2000s classic Freddy vs. Jason. Guilty pleasure for me. This movie is not great, but it is so much fun. So this was actually my first introduction to both Freddy and Jason. I saw this movie before I ever saw A Nightmare on Elm Street or Friday the 13th. So this was the first time I'd ever really seen these characters. I knew about them, obviously, but I'd never really seen them. What I love about Freddy vs. Jason is, I mean, so many things. But first of all, it is a Freddy movie featuring Jason. I think if it had been the other way around, I probably wouldn't have been as interested, because I like Freddy more than I like Jason. Even back then when I first watched it, obviously Freddy has more character. He actually has dialogue, things like that. So the premise of this is actually a very interesting premise in that the adults of Elm Street have found a way to kind of suppress Freddy. And the way they've done that is they've taken anyone who's had any sort of dream about him or any contact with him, stuck them in a mental asylum, and drugged them to high heaven so that they don't dream. And in the meantime, the town itself has stopped talking about him. And Freddy's whole thing is, if they don't believe in me, if they don't know me, then they won't dream about me, and therefore I have no power. So Freddy resurrects Jason to go to Elm Street and start killing, knowing that the Elm Street parents will blame it on him, and the fear will become back and people will know more about Freddy. So it's a very interesting concept that led into a very B-grade movie. So Freddy vs. Jason is not well acted. It's not well directed. It's got a banging 2000s soundtrack. It's got some really great kills. And of course, as happens, Freddy brought Jason out thinking that he could control him. You can't control Jason Voorhees, man. I mean, that's just never going to happen. So, of course, Jason starts doing his own thing and killing people that Freddy doesn't want him to kill. And eventually it all comes down to the final showdown of Freddy versus Jason. And we get an epic showdown. Like, we really do. We get a great, violent, bloody showdown between the two.
Excellent.
It is so much fun. There's fire, there's rain, there's a part where there's a very effective scene where Freddy goes into Jason's head and discovers his fear of water, and uses that against him. The characters in this film aren't great. I don't mind the final girl. Her name is Laurie, which I'm guessing is supposed to be a shout out. And she's played by Monica Keena, who was in Dawson's Creek, and Ellie Rowland from Destiny's Child in it.
Oh my god, yeah, I forgot about
showing
that.
why she should not be an actress. And it also has Catherine Isabel from Ginger Snaps in it.
Cool. Nice.
Yes, her as well. Her character is great, and her character is obviously supposed to be a send-up of PJ Soul's character in Carrie. She has a cap and the braids and everything. Yeah, so really dumb characters, but a lot of fun. They also have Jason Ritter, John Ritter's son in it. He's pretty good. Of course, Robert Englund comes back and he's brilliant. There's a lot of creepy Freddy stuff. Some of the Freddy dreams in this are actually really creepy and a little bit rapey. Freddy unfortunately gets a little bit rapey in this one, which I don't love. Just dumb fun. Like, it was one of the earliest slashes I ever saw, so I think I have a bit of nostalgia attached to it. I love that it's mostly a Freddy film. Robert Englund's always great value. Again, it came out in that post-Scream era where a lot of my favorite horror movies come from. And even though I get massively judged for loving this film so much, because it really isn't a great film, I don't care. I'll love it forever. It is just so stupid and so much fun. And I think that everyone, if you are a fan of either Freddy or Jason or both, you should definitely watch it. It's actually really funny. A little bit of trivia is the movie was originally going to end with Freddy and Jason battling in hell, and then Pinhead was going to emerge and kind of be like the referee or the umpire or something. But they scratched that. I don't think they could get the copyright to Pinhead, or they couldn't get something or the other. So that I thought that would have been really cool if they've managed to work that in. But unfortunately, they didn't.
I'm getting a weird image now of Pinhead in like a referee's uniform or something.
With a whistle and everything.
Yeah, what the fuck?
So yes, but that's my number 24, my big guilty pleasure movie, Freddy vs. Jason.
That's cool. I really, I've still not seen it, and I think I'll wait now till we maybe review it on the show, because
sounds good.
Obviously, one of the big franchises, well, two of the big franchises, obviously. So I think we'll do those in order, and we'll get to that movie. But it does sound fun. I've heard good things about it, actually, and Ronnie Yu, the director, I quite like, who did Bride of Chucky, which is a favourite of mine.
Yeah.
So he seems to have a good handle on like the horror comedy type thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, what's Monica Keena like? Is she good in it? Because I've heard
not
some
bad.
people.
I don't mind Laurie. She's.
Yeah.
I've seen better Final Girls, obviously, but I've also seen worse Final Girls. So I think she's probably in the middle when it comes to Final Girls. She is a bit passive for a lot of the movie, but by the end she gets really tough, and she gets the iconic Freddy versus Jason line. All bets are off. So that's cool. So she's not terrible. She's not fantastic. She's fairly solid, and for what the movie is, she works for that movie, because the movie's not taking itself too seriously. So it doesn't need like a really hardcore Final Girl the way, other movies do.
Because obviously I've only seen her in Dawson's Creek, and that was a very different sort of role.
Yes.
Number 24 is the house on the haunted hill from the late 50s. And I think this will be the first of many where I have to point that out, because there has been a remake of that. There have been so many. But no, I've gone for the 50s original. So you've got Vincent Price in his peak, playing the classic sort of like sinister millionaire in a way, who's like the games master sort of thing of this house, this haunted mansion. So we've got a classic subgenre there already, which this was one of the big early films in that subgenre where he's like the host, and you get a series of different characters who spend the night, and the rules of the game is then they sort of have to survive the night. They have to stay there in order to win the money.
It was a Scooby-Doo episode like that.
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised, but it's all funny looking back actually how the prize money is actually like 10,000,
Oh my
which
gosh,
seems
it's
like nothing
nothing.
now, but
Yeah,
I guess because this was the late 50s, that would have been a
yeah,
lot of money. But it's funny looking back. Like nowadays, to make it seem important, you would think it would be 1 million or
a
something.
million at least. Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a sign of the times, but
Mm.
that's really good. I mean, it's classic Vincent Price, holding the screen so malevolent. I mean, his distinct voice and the way he acts, the interactions with these different characters. They obviously set up a whole subgenre of like the haunted house movie with these various characters playing off each other. Price so much. This is one of his best roles, I think. Another thing to say is just its influence, not just because of the reasons I've said, but I can also see influence on the movie on things like Saw years
Oh yeah.
later, and also maybe on something like Escape Room, that type thing. I can
Ah,
see
okay.
how,
Yeah.
in a way, they could be like extensions of this sort of
Mm.
film, this premise. But it's one of those movies where the twist and the reveal at the end is one of my favorites from any horror movie.
Mm.
Um, it's the sort of twist them where if it's done wrong, it can feel really cheap. But I think the way it's done in this film is just so perfect, and
Mm.
there's just something satisfying about when it's revealed and how it's revealed and how it's explained. That just seeing the way it's all worked out is really excellent, and it's a suspenseful movie. There's a lot of atmosphere and a lot of like
Mm.
drama over, is this place really haunted? If it's not haunted, what exactly is going on? Price having a lot of fun, the characters, some solid supporting characters as well. So it gets a good mix, I think, of being very entertaining and funny at times, but also having that suspense as well, that mood. And the twist is a favorite of mine, just the way it plays out. It's very entertaining at the end, and you think, because sometimes, as I said, that sort of twist can feel a bit cheap. It can feel like they're going too hard for a gotcha type moment, but in this film, it just fits so well. Like in this subgenre, this is a favourite of mine. I think it's bit of a classic.
Vincent Price calls Christopher Lee a bitch.
No, because Christopher Lee isn't in this
Oh,
one.
okay.
But
Okay.
I've got to see that. I've got to see that movie.
Yeah,
I've got to see the movie where he calls Christopher Lee a
he
bitch.
said it so elegantly too. Like it's almost like if anyone's going to call someone a bitch elegantly, it's Vincent Price.
Yeah,
No,
Vincent.
I haven't seen House of Haunted Hill, but I have obviously heard of it, and I've seen bits and pieces, through horror documentaries and on YouTube and stuff. I mean,
Yeah,
Vincent Price, that voice, that
he's a
presence,
legend.
that
Yeah.
magnetism, I mean, so good. And like you're pointing out, it sounds like a lot of like haunted house stories have taken their cues from this. You always have those movies within the genres that obviously then, like you were saying, influence other movies. And I'll definitely have to watch this and see, like, and then see if I watch other movies to see if I can see its reach and its influence. But no, that's very cool. I like it. Alrighty. So number 23 is one that I don't have to be ashamed of because it's not a guilty pleasure. We actually have a decent movie coming in for once. So at number 23, I have the early 2000s possession film, The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Okay.
So this is a horror slash courtroom drama, which is a really interesting mix. So it is very, very, very loosely based on a true story about a girl in Germany whose parents were convicted of her murder after they performed dozens and dozens of exorcisms on her. So the movie updates it, brings it into a modern era. It stars Jennifer Carpenter, I think in one of her earliest roles, and she is brilliant in this movie. The possession that Emily actually goes through, what you see on screen is pretty much all Jennifer Carpenter. Like she can contort her body and make these facial expressions that are just terrifying, and you really believe what this girl is going through. Even if you're not religion or you're an atheist like I am, you watch this movie and you're like, okay, maybe the devil does exist, man, because like, wow. So that's the horror part. The courtroom drama follows the priest who is on trial for her murder after they performed an exorcism and it didn't go well, and then she stopped eating and she basically died of malnourishment. The priest is played by Tom Wilkinson. I love Tom Wilkinson. I think
Amazing actor.
he is fantastic, and he is so good in this film. You really feel his piety and his genuine faith, and you feel how much he loved Emily and how he didn't want her to die. Now, the lawyer that he is defended by is played by Laura Linney, another fantastic actress. This movie has a great cast, and she plays, you know, the cynic. You know, she's just here to make partner at her firm, but as the movie goes on and she starts to experience, you know, phenomena and stuff like that, it just gets better and better. So I think this movie very handles the dual subject matter very well. I mean, you wouldn't think mixing a horror movie and a courtroom drama would work. I mean, no one wants to watch SVU mixed with, you know, Haunting of Hill House. It just seems weird, but the movie just works it so well because we are told the story of the exorcism through the court. So through the court proceedings. So we get the flashbacks as all of the witnesses are being questioned. The actual exorcism itself is 10 minutes of pure terror. It is an insanely intense scene. Jennifer Carpenter must have had no voice when she finished filming this scene. The way she contorts her voice to sound like all the different demons that are supposed to be inside of her, the way she contorts her body, it's a truly terrifying film. I saw this in the cinema with a friend of mine, and I remember going home that night and this movie would not leave my brain. And then I think I woke up at like 3:15, and in the movie there was this whole thing about waking up at 3:00 because it's like an inverse of when Christ. So I woke up and I was like, oh no, come on, man, what is happening here? But it just really made an impact on me, this movie, both the drama of it and the horror. And it's a movie that I have revisited many times, and every time I watch it, it just holds up. There's a lot of emotion in the scene, obviously, because you're watching this poor girl and her family go through this possession that she is experiencing, or if it is a mental illness, because the movie does make it clear that there was a demonic possession, but through the courtroom drama, they obviously try to cast a lot of doubt on it. So whether or not the true story happened or what the details were is up to people, but within the movie, the girl was definitely possessed. And it's really, really creepy and really unsettling. But like I said, there's a lot of humanity to the film. Laura Linney's character gets a really good character arc, kind of going from a cynic to a believer and learning to value things like family and friendship and things more than her work. Tom Wilkinson is just amazing. He's always amazing, and he is so good. And like I said, Jennifer Carpenter is solid. It's really well directed. The guy who did it, Scott Derrickson, has recently done The Black Phone, which we were just talking about off air, and he also did Sinister as well. So he does horror well, and I've just loved this film since I first saw it. So that is my number 23, The Exorcism of Emily Rose.
Planning on doing it quite soon. We certainly had this idea, I think, because I've seen also the German film Requiem, which focuses on the real life case and on the girl herself, sort of thing, more than the court side and the exorcism. And so I think we had this idea of doing them together as a video, one video. So I think we could do that for October. So I'll sort of get to it then. We can cover both movies, two very different movies. 23 is a film called The Innocents from the early 60s. So
I've heard of this one.
Yeah, this is like an adaptation of the Turning of the Screw. And so it's that story. So it's sort of on the theme with my last choice, because it's another classic sort of creepy haunted house type film where there's secrets lurking in the background, a whole backstory to do with the history of the house. So it's sort of thing that was made famous probably in this era. You had a lot of movies of this kind. You've got Deborah Kerr, very good actress on really good form. So she plays the woman who, like, this rich family, this rich upper class family hire her to look after the house, to look after the children. So it sort of plays on that side of the children maybe being like haunted and them maybe having dark secrets. So it plays on that whole thing of like a creepy sort of child. It's really well directed by Jack Clayton, who it's very subtle, like the direction and the pacing and the reveal. There's one of the standout scenes is like her appearing at the window and looking out, and there's like a ghostly presence sort of thing on the other side, and just the shot of her like breathing on the glass just looks really good and provokes a certain mood. So it's just a really effective movie in that way, just the slow pace of it. Her performance sort of really holds it together. It's the sort of thing where you've seen a lot of it now, so I think there's been too much of it copied and it can make it seem a little bit dated, but this is one of the early examples and it's one of the best examples. I'll say also it's a very posh film, like people talk very posh in it, and the kids, the boy in particular, can be an annoying little shit, as a lot of these, posh kids of like upper class families can be, but that's just something. But atmosphere, good direction to it, some effective like set pieces and reveals, and as I said, Deborah Kerr holds it together very well. She manages to be very icy but have a lot of like depth and humanity. So it's one of the good examples, one of the classic examples of that sort of genre.
I'm not quite as enamored with old Hollywood as a lot of people are, so I don't tend to watch movies from the 50s and the 60s, but there are some horror films that I would like to check out from that era. So you're giving me some good ones to put on my list that I can start with and then go from there. So very cool. All right. I'm heading back to guilty pleasure territory, big guilty pleasure territory, with my number 22, which is I have gone with Urban Legend, which came out in 1998.
I thought you might have this one. Yeah, I called this.
Love Urban Legend. It is so bad. Again, it's another one of those that is just so cheesy. Another one that came out in the post-Scream era. Look, first of all, I do love the premise. Urban legends are always fun, and I've always loved the idea of urban legends and how they move through different communities and different societies and are adapted to different audiences. So I do like the play on urban legends. It turns out to not have that much to actually do with the movie itself, but the urban legends that they discuss, like the pop rocks and soda, the guy hanging from the tree, the dog being microwaved in the oven, in the dog in the microwave, things like that. It's fantastic. Yeah. It also has mostly a really fun cast. You have pre-messed up druggy Tara Reid when she was actually in her heyday, when she was actually a lot of fun. Her character is one of the favorites. Michael Rosenbaum with hair, which is really weird because I'm so used to seeing him as Lex Luthor. So he's a lot of fun. Yeah. Joshua Jackson is in it as well. So there's a lot. Danielle Harris makes an appearance as a goth chain-smoking roommate.
Yeah, she does.
Yeah. I remember reading that she was really thrilled that she got to smoke during this movie, and then she ended up smoking so much for so many different takes that she ended up quitting after the movie because it was just like too much for her. So basically this follows the premise of someone's dying on this college campus. Like all these people are dying through like urban legends, the first one is like the girl who flashes her high beams at the car and then the car starts to pursue you. Oh, and there's a very nice cameo from Brad Dourif right at the beginning as well. Yeah. And another great cameo from Robert Englund. Plays so we've got some nice cameos. And I think with Urban Legend, I just love it again because it's just dumb fun. The movie doesn't take itself too seriously. It doesn't take the urban legends too seriously. It knows that it's not highbrow horror. It knows that it's not going to be the next Scream. So it just kind of has fun. It has some really fun death scenes. Tara Reid's character, her death scene is actually really sad because you actually really like her character and you don't want her to die. Joshua Jackson's death scene is really fun. Now, the final girl of Urban Legend is kind of a wet sack. Like, she's probably one of the worst final girls I've ever come across. I don't even remember her name. However, the villain of this film more than makes up for it. She is crazy absolutely nothing.
It's a good reveal, that.
Yeah, and it's a great reveal, and the ending is like really fun as well. The final scene of the movie is a really, really fun scene. So yeah, so I really just love this movie because it's dumb, it's fun, it's got nostalgia, it's got a fun cast, and it's just the type of horror movie I throw on a Sunday afternoon to just enjoy myself. So that's my number 22, my big guilty pleasure, Urban Legend.
Very nice. I have to say, you're shitting on one of my crushes there, because
No.
I've got a real thing for Alicia Witt.
Oh,
So I'll say maybe it's been a while since I've seen the film, but maybe the actress is better than the character in that case.
I think so.
The old girl, but yeah, no, it is a pretty good cast, and I'm with you on this one. I sort of in the similar place where I agree it's a bad movie, but it is quite an entertaining bad movie, and probably because we grew up on it as well, it is a little bit of a comfort blanket where I can sort of throw it on and have quite a good time, and you know, a little bit of a twist on it with the whole urban legend thing. And it's actually a good opportunity for me to give a shout out to my sort of, you know, a fellow podcast who I collaborated with, Horror Movie Tea. And the reason is because just this week they reviewed Urban Legend. That's like their latest review. So I thought it'd be a good opportunity to plug that and say go and listen to their review. It's a good review, and they like actually pushed it as quite an underrated horror movie, like a forgotten horror movie a little bit from that time. And they were coming at it from a different perspective because they had never even heard of it, which is sort of funny. But so for them it was a real sort of surprise and gem. So it's just the other side of the coin where we obviously grew up on it a bit, and I've seen it quite a lot, like you, because I remember it being on TV quite a lot and stuff. So, and also, I'm sure you did, but did you pick up on the Dawson's Creek gag in the middle?
Oh, yes, that's right. There's
Him
that
in the
scene where they
car.
get in the car and the Dawson's Creek theme starts playing. He's like, oh, turn that shit off.
And Joshua Jackson.
Yes, Joshua Jackson.
That's so good.
That's
so
brilliant.
good.
I forgot about that. So good. Yes, such a fun, dumb movie. Just love it.
But you know, I agree. I go along with that. I think it is a good guilty pleasure
Good
film.
stuff.
Okay, so my number 2. So a film I've mentioned, and actually one of the kills featured on a previous list. We did the top 10 kills list. So the movie, to give it its Japanese title, is Hasu. So
I had a feeling this would pop up on your list.
This one.
Yeah.
I've got
very bizarre sounding movie.
This just ticks so many boxes for me. Just this really strange, bizarre, off the wall movie where it's really hard to know how to take it, because you have a certain style for certain scenes, and the actual setup is quite traditional, where it is just like these schoolgirls, they go away for the summer, they stay at one of theirs like grandma's house or something in the country, and it really has this nostalgic type mood with like the use of pop music, where it sort of feels like this cozy nostalgic, like just feels very like 70s dream like sort of feel. But then on the other side you get these really macabre, over the top like death scenes. Obviously the death scene I used was like the girl being devoured by the piano, which is just so trippy and insane to watch, so sort of macabre. And it is, I think I described it, on the one hand, one of the most ridiculous like scenes I've seen, but one of the most genius. And there's just stuff like that. There's literally a scene where someone turns into like a cartoon skeleton, and like his body falls apart, and that's kind of how you just sort of go with it in a way. You either go with it or you don't. And there's some crazy like practical effects, like, you know, just blood streaming out of different body parts. After like the girl has been devoured by the piano, you see like her fingers, her disinvent.
Yeah, that's right. They're like playing on the keyboard.
Yeah. But it's just such a weird one, and it's so hard to know how to take this stuff and the tone they're going for, because a lot of like the more cheesy or the more like, as I said, that melodic sort of pop type thing, and a lot of the dialogue, I just took that as like a send up, like maybe a pastiche of certain Japanese like culture and media. That's the way I read that. But it's just that stuff then contrasted with the more extreme, wacky horror movie stuff, which makes it a really odd mix, and where it just wrong foots you and makes you unsure how to take this movie. I do love the stuff with the character names, how they all have their own name. Like Melody, or I think Princess, different names. Well, it just makes them feel more like comic book style characters than actual characters in the real world. But it's a lot of fun. It's a cult gem. It's a very niche film, which isn't going to be for everyone. But it's one of those. It has a cult following, and the people who love it tend to love it and really get behind it. And yeah. It's for me, it is a gem, and it's definitely one we'll do again, possibly for October. So that's one we're going to cover at some point. I know I've piqued your interest.
Oh yeah, definitely. But I was also so traumatized by that piano scene. I was like, oh God, do I really want to watch the rest of this movie? But funnily enough, and I think I told you this, like after we spoke about this and did our top 10 kills, all of a sudden someone on Tumblr started posting like a bunch of stuff connected to this movie. I was like, I've never seen this movie before, never heard of it. Keith mentions it, and suddenly someone else is like popping stuff up. So just from seeing those gifts, I can tell that the rest of the movie is just as weird and just as surreal. So we will definitely be covering it, but I think I'm going to have to prepare myself for it, because just like I said, just the piano scene alone was so bad. But I had a feeling that one was going to be on your list, because I know you've spoken about it quite a lot. So both looking forward to and scared about seeing this one. So we'll see what happens when we do the review. All right. So my number 21 is definitely a nostalgia factor that has made this one come onto the list. It's not quite bad enough to be called a guilty pleasure, but it's definitely not the cream of the crop. And that is the 1997 slasher, I Know What You Did Last Summer. Okay. So this one, it comes in at number 21. Like I said, this is a big nostalgia factor for me. This was one of the earliest slashers I ever saw, and it just stayed with me. You know, it has it does have a fun premise. The book that it's based off, I've heard apparently the author did not like the adaptation, because the book is more of a murder mystery and less of a slasher. Also, her daughter died in I think her daughter was murdered or died in a fairly nasty way, and so she didn't like the slasher take on it. But you know, obviously it's the group of friends accidentally think they've killed a guy. A year later, I Know She Did Last Summer. So yeah, interesting premise, not a great execution. Like obviously Kevin Williamson wrote the script. He actually, I think, wrote it before he wrote Scream. And I don't know, there's just something missing from it. That usual Kevin Williamson kind of like spark. I don't think it made it into this film, but it does still have enough good stuff that keeps me watching. I love the 90s-ness of it, like obviously that big nostalgia for like that late 90s era. I do love Sarah Michelle Gellar and Ryan Phillippe, Jennifer Love Hewitt, and what's his face? Rectangle Jr. Head. Freddie Prinze Jr. Not so much.
As he always be known.
Yes. Rectangle. But Sarah Michelle Gellar as Helen is brilliant. Helen should have been the main character of this movie. Julie is such a sad sack. But yeah, Helen is great. Her death scene is one of my favorites. It almost made it onto my top 10 list. I think it's one of the few scenes in the movie that has genuine tension and genuine scares, and you really feel for her. I remember reading a little bit of trivia that they had to take Sarah's shoes away from her and they had her run in bare feet because she was so fit from Buffy that she kept outrunning the killer, and they were like, well, this isn't gonna work. So yeah, but I think that a lot of this film, I really like the vibes of this film. You know, it's another one of those ones that I can just kind of throw on a Sunday afternoon, just one of my like comfort horror movies. It's, you know, I mean, it's filmed fairly well. It's not anything spectacular, but it's not like, I wouldn't put it in the same level as like Urban Legend and Freddy vs. Jason. I think it's a bit above those. I think it does have some good scenes. I think it has some decent characterization for the Ryan Phillippe character and for Sarah Michelle Gellar's character. And I just think it's a lot of fun. And again, it's that post-Scream era that I really love. It obviously has a little bit of Scream vibes going for it. And of course, Jennifer Love Hewitt was also with Nev Campbell in Party of Five. So you have that kind of crossover there. It has a little weird cameo from Anne Heche playing a very creepy kind of like Fisher lady. But she's actually, I think, one of the highlights of the films because you don't quite know what's up with her character. It also has Johnny Galecki from The Big Bang Theory. He gets a fantastic death. Hook right in the face. So that's fantastic. The climax of this film, not so great. And I swear a lot of the stuff wouldn't happen if Julie wasn't so stupid and didn't start like keep screaming all the time.
And he's watching us and waiting. What are you waiting for, huh? What are you waiting for?
But it's just a fun film. And I also really love the sequel. The sequel's not on this list, but I'll give it a little shout out because I feel that the sequel kind of takes itself less seriously. So it has a bit more fun. Plus it has Jack Black, which is always fun. And Brandy. That's a great 90s throwback. So so I Know What You Did Last Summer, not the best movie, not the most well-made slasher. Couldn't really call it a guilty pleasure, but it's a comfort nostalgia film for me. So that is my number 21.
Okay. Yeah. Good argument. Seems on the theme so far with some of your other picks, and
definitely.
Obviously, bringing up a lot of films we will cover on the channel, and obviously we've got three of those to cover at some point.
Oh, right! I forgot there was a third. And the TV series.
Yeah, I'll have to say I'm 3 episodes into the TV series, and I'll say it makes the movies look like a masterpiece.
Awesome. Oh, dear.
Yeah, it's so bland and just feels like a CW type take on it, which is
that's not good.
21, which again sort of feels a bit on theme from my last choice, but more of a well-known movie, and that is Evil Dead 2, which is one of those classic examples of a sequel better than its original in many ways. In my opinion, it does exactly what a sequel needs to do, where it takes the premise of what was already a very good movie in itself, but then runs with it and just plays up the fun elements and make them even more fun and entertaining. A slapstick comedy, but you were using like horror sort of characters and story. So Evil Dead 2 takes that stuff to a whole new level, where it becomes a full-on campy sort of farce with some great dialogue, some great one-liners, and again that mix of like sort of disgusting type scrungy horror type moments, but mixed in with a lot of dark humor as well, which is really entertaining. It also expands on the Ash character. It gives him an even bigger role, and obviously this was the start of him becoming so iconic and so associated with these movies, and it obviously really put Bruce Campbell on the map. He is so charismatic to watch, so entertaining, and also it's great because he just gets to be a full-on villain in this movie. He gets to play that side, and that combination of being really intimidating and like just truly creepy, but also having a lot of fun, also like playing to the audience. And there's just some ridiculous scenes which work so well. Like there's a scene where the girl's eyeball like flies towards her mouth, like literally goes into her mouth, and just some like macabre and grotesque stuff like that, which works so well. And you know, in that same sequence, you've got like the deer head on the wall that just randomly starts laughing after it happens.
I forgot about that.
Ash starts like laughing as well. And you get like a scene where like one of the creatures or something, or one of the dead, it's the hand running along like that, and the hand literally flips him off, sort of thing. It's so good. And I think he has a line that's like so rude or something like that, but he just has a line back. So the film just takes the premise of the original and has so much fun with it. It's got a really kick-ass soundtrack as well. It just ticks all the boxes. It's a real romp of a movie, so delightful to watch, and there may be other examples on my list, but this is definitely an example of a sequel even better than the original, and probably the peak of that franchise. So Evil Dead 2 is my number 21.
Very nice. I have, of course, seen Evil Dead and Evil Dead 2 and Evil Dead 3. I can't say they're my types of movie. Oh, 3 is terrible. The chainsaw literally becomes his hand.
Yeah.
And there's this horrible line that a friend of mine used to follow me around quoting at me because I hated it, where he goes up to some chick and he's just like, "Give me some sugar, baby." It's like, no! Who was saying that while they've got a chainsaw attached to their hand? Lee Winnell describing the Evil Dead as the Three Stooges, but give them a chainsaw. And I think that sums it up. So I definitely understand like why people love these films and why they're so big. They're just not 100% my type, you know? Yeah, I think they're a little too out there, a little too dude-ish. And I remember Stephen King saying that they have a certain humor in these films, that if you don't get it, you just don't get it. And therefore you won't enjoy the films as much. And I think I'm kind of on that side. I do agree that Bruce Campbell, however, is a fantastic lead. He is. And I love how he always pops up in Raimi projects as well. You know, they're such good friends. And this was obviously Raimi cutting his teeth and, you know, getting to expand it, you know, because he didn't have the biggest budget for the first one. So with the second one, he got a bigger budget and he got to do more. So I definitely good choice. Not up my alley, but I can appreciate you having it on your list, definitely. It's definitely like very iconic, the whole Evil Dead trilogy. To top 20 now. So my number 20 is slightly different from my others. Same era, kind of, but a different type of story. It is a lovely little ghost story that came out in the early 2000s called The Others. So I love The Others. This was one of the first ghost stories I ever saw. Nicole Kidman in the title role as this lady who lives very isolated in the 1940s. It's set during World War II. Her husband's off at war. She's alone with these two children who are sensitive to the sun, can't go out into the sunlight. And these weird new housekeepers appear. And then suddenly things start happening in the house and not quite sure what's going on. And the kids are seeing other kids and the little girls being possessed by people and all sorts of creepy shenanigans going on. I love The Others. It is because it is so atmospheric and it's so creepy. It's one of those really, really well done haunted house movies. It just shows that for haunted house movies, all you really need is a really good house and a small cast of like really good actors and you're set. So many scenes in this movie are so creepy. This was one of those movies that really scared me when I first saw it. I thought Nicole Kidman's acting was fantastic. There are so many scenes where she's wandering through this big house. You know, there's a scene where she's in a room full of mannequins and they're all like covered and you think that something is going to happen, you know, and you're just so tense and everything about the movie is just so like on the edge of your seat. And it has a fantastic ending and a fantastic reveal / twist, which I did not see coming. And I think it's one of my favorite reveals in a horror movie, one of my favorite twists. That ending is just so perfect. No, I think this film is actually Spanish produced, and it's directed by a Spanish director.
Yeah,
I think it is technically a foreign film. He does a great job. I mean, the lighting, the atmosphere, the score, the way the film is shot, the fact that the kids can't go into the light, like the fact that they've got this illness that prevents them from going into sunlight means that they have an excuse for all the scenes to be in the dark. The kids are fantastic. They're creepy. They're suitably creepy because kids in horror films must be creepy. So they are suitably terrifying. And so are these weird house workers that have suddenly turned up at the house to suddenly move in. So I just think that everything about this film is just really good, classic ghost story, you know, haunted house. But then that ending kind of just pulls the rug out from under you, kind of makes the whole story really tragic and gives the characters like, you know, more pathos and like this empathy that you end up having for them and sympathy. And it's just, oh, it blew me away when I first saw it. And every time I revisit it, I just get creeped out again. And it's just such a great film. So that's kicking off my top 20, The Others.
Yes, and that's another film we'll do in the future.
Yes.
Definitely, it's definitely worthy of review. I'm a big fan of it as well. Sort of a modern classic, because as I said, a lot of these films, like where it's that sort of premise, very sort of derivative, and they sort of go a bit too heavy with like the CGI effects, stuff like that. And this one is definitely the better example of not doing that, of being a bit more. It's all about the mood. It's all about what you don't see at times. The
Less
suggestion.
is more. Less is always more.
In these sorts of films, especially. And I agree about Kidman. I think she's great in it.
This is one of her best, better performances, I think. Yeah.
So my number 20 is actually one of my more recent films on the list. So it's a more modern film.
More modern film?
And I think it's a modern sort of classic for its genre, especially. So my number 20 is the Swedish film Let the Right One In. So we've got obviously a sort of a preteen sort of twist on the vampire tale. So like these young characters in Sweden, and obviously one's turned into a vampire, but the boy and the girl, they sort of form this relationship, and that's the basis for the film, where they're using like the development and the coming of age, adolescence, but playing it off with the metaphor of the vampire and the changing that your body sort of goes through, like linking that up. And so that's what gives it its sort of fresh edge and the appeal. That they cast the two young leads very well. They're very naturalistic. They have great chemistry, and you just buy into their relationship and their chemistry, which is what makes it more effective, where they're going through the stuff being a vampire and just the conflict of that, of him obviously not wanting to attack his friend, his close friend now, a world past. Like his world is very dark, and he's very worried about not letting his friend get sucked into that world. So the light and the dark is a big part of the movie. I also think because it's a Nordic setting, that gives it a fresh edge and style. Like there's a certain distinct style than you just wouldn't get if it was like an American setting, a bit more traditional. It's very well directed. The psychology is very good. The timing of certain scenes, certain set pieces, there's some standout like jump scares. There's a jump scare, I think, under a bridge at some point where the vampire sort of comes off the top of the bridge. That's a really great jump out of your seat style moment. But like a lot of great horror movies, especially in this genre now, because once again it's a genre where there's been so many different vampire movies, you do have to do something a bit different to stay ahead of the game, and this is one where they freshened it up really well, and it just has become this modern sort of classic that feels very relevant and modern. Great performances, as I said, and really unsettling, but really moving at times as well. You wouldn't expect always this sort of film to be as touching as it is. So I do think it's a modern classic, and I think it's a film which will stand the test of time as well. So that's Let the Right One In.
Very good film. I've only seen it once, but it had a big impact. I mean, just the fact that it was a child vampire, you know, you don't often see them. And the character of Ellie in particular was such an interesting character. And I think that the girl who played her really well. The pool scene, the pool massacre just stuck with me. You know, when she comes to Oscar's aid right at the end. I do at some point need to check out the remake. Have you seen the remake?
No,
apparently it's supposed to be almost as good as the original. So I do want to check that out at some point. But no, that's a great choice. It may have been on my list if I'd seen it more often, but I've only seen it, like I said, once. I think it's one that we should definitely check out, and we can maybe compare with the remake. That's really great. But it's actually kind of cool that your number that your number 20 is a vampire film, because that leads really nicely into my number 19, which is my number 19 is Interview with the Vampire.
Oh, very
Takes
nice.
my number 19. Now, I know this is technically more gothic horror than flat out horror, but it is technically still a horror film, so I am going to include it. We've spoken about this film off screen, I think, and I have said that this is my favorite vampire film of all time, because it ticks every single one of my vampire boxes. It's vampires in period times, which I absolutely love. It's gay vampires, because let's face it, all vampires are gay. You got Louis and Lestat. They're all sorts of Lestat literally baby traps Louis. There is no subtlety here. It is not subtext. This is 100% text. And you have fucked up vampire families, which I love. Claudia is one of the best vampire characters ever in existence, and Kirsten Dunst in that movie is MVP. The girl is amazing. How she manages to portray this vampire who has to go from having the mentality of a little girl to having the mentality of a grown woman while still being stuck in the body of a little girl is amazing. Tom Cruise, surprisingly, fucking fantastic in this film. Lestat is one of my most favorite vampire characters, and I think Tom Cruise's performance is so charismatic and so funny and also he's so malevolent. He's got some scenes, like the scene where he's feeding off the girls at the brothel and he puts the girl in the coffin and he's joking and laughing, but you can see the real maliciousness of Lestat's character in there. The movie itself is sumptuous. I mean, it is a visual treat. Everything from the way it's filmed to the costumes to the actors themselves. I mean, it's not hard to look at Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt, for 2 hours, and Christian Slater. I don't think any girl in the world is complaining about that.
Oh, wow, yeah.
And
got
it's
some
just
major beefcake there, don't you?
Major. Oh, and Antonio Banderas as well.
Oh,
We've got all the hot guys
doing,
here. Yeah. And I think it's such a compelling story as well. It really dives into what you want vampire fiction to dive into, which is, the dichotomy of being someone who needs to feed off humans to survive, but not wanting that. You've got the Louis character who's always struggling with his inner guilt, sometimes to wanksty extents. Sometimes it's come on, Louis, just pull it together. You got to feel really sorry for Lestat sometimes. I mean, all he wanted to do was make himself a nice, pretty husband, and he gets stuck with Louis. I mean, come on. But, his characterization is great. Even though it's not a full-on horror film, there are also some scenes that are really disturbing. I always find the vampire theater really disturbing, where they basically kill a human on screen. I think that part's quite disturbing. Even Claudia can be very unsettling at times, some of the earlier scenes with Lestat. And I just think that it stands the test of time, this film. You can put it on today and it still is such a great film, and it still explores themes that vampire fiction is still exploring to this day. So I think you just combine all of that and it just makes for a absolutely fantastic, wonderful experience. It's emotional, it's visually stunning, it's well directed, it's well acted. I love the ending. The ending is just a really fun end scene for such a serious, intense movie. It has a really fun, light end. And I think all the actors work really well together and have great chemistry. So that's at 19 for me, the beautiful gothic horror Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah, good shout, good choice. Another film we can do, progressive film, especially considering it's the early 90s and stuff. So that's, I can see that making for an interesting review. And I tell you what, I mean, I'm really kicking myself with all this vampire action because weirdly enough, my next choice is a vampire movie, which is sort of funny because it follows on from your vampire movie and from my last choice, which was, it's just weird. But also, I'm really annoyed. I won't give it away just yet, but I've just thought of another vampire movie that I really love, which I didn't put on my list. And
put it as an honourable mention when we
I'll
get down
mention
to number
it
one.
later. Yeah, it's very annoying. I forgot about this one. But yeah, it's back to the vampires and back to one of the classic vampires. So number 19 is Dracula. And of course, I have to preference which one. it's the 1931 Dracula, so the very early film, Bela Lugosi, on such great form. And I've gone for this one just on a very core level of it introduces all the classic Dracula traits that we know. I've not read the book, but I believe it's very faithful to the book. And it's one of those where, because it's such an early movie, so far back, where they had pretty much little budget and they obviously couldn't rely on some of the tricks that they would use in later movie, then again, less is more. They get so much out of so little. Lugosi's performance is very theatrical, it's very charismatic, and it's amazing how he manages to be so intimidating and commanding. I think in lesser hands it could have come off as a bit goofy, but he commands attention, and there's good little direction touches, good use of light and shadow, and it's just a good entry level like Dracula movie, which stays very faithful to the story, and I think just introduces a lot of things that would be used and expanded on later. And it's always, there's a lot of like personal preference when it comes to Dracula movies. There's been some bad, some good, but this is just a really early good one, which Lugosi makes for a very distinct Dracula and a very different Dracula from Christopher Lee, which came later. He's obviously the one who took the role and really ran with it, and where it almost became a franchise because of him. But Lugosi, it's a nice contrast and compare. It's a different sort of Dracula to Christopher Lee's, and very suspenseful movie, and obviously Universal monster movie. One of the best of those, I think, from like the mainline sort of movies. So.
Reason, Lugosi, like you said, he introduced so many aspects of Dracula. The accent, I'm pretty sure he's the first one that did the accent, and then afterwards everyone was just doing
being reused so many times.
Just doing the accent. My favorite Dracula personally is Coppola's version. I love Gary Oldman, and I love the gothic horror of that. But I do think the Lugosi one, obviously, like I said, because it was the first, it was the one that everyone knows. It's where so many cues are taken from. I especially like when you talk about light and dark, because it's obviously in black and white. They make use of the shadows like a lot in that one, and obviously given its subject matter. So very good, solid choice. And I do like that it linked up with mine as well. A little bit of a vampire spell. Well, for my number 18, I am moving from vampires to witches, and I'm going with a 90s classic. My number 19 is The Craft.
Okay.
So I absolutely love The Craft. I have loved The Craft for years. I first saw it when I was 16. I fell in love with it back then. I love anything to do with witches, as I think most women do, because we love the idea of being powerful and not being, being able to do whatever we want and have these mass amounts of powers. I also love it. It's basically Mean Girls, but with magic. And I love the way it plays on the politics of being a teenage girl and what it's like to be in these really close-formed cliques, and what happens when one member is ostracized by the others. Because this is something that is very common with teenage girls. They do tend to form cliques. They do tend to form groups, especially if they're outcasts, which all the girls in the movie are outcasts, and they bond together. So I like that it really shows that aspect of female friendship, how it can spring up so quickly and become so close, and then become so fractured so easily. I think that there's a lot of nostalgia in The Craft. It's such a 90s era movie. Like, it's one of those movies that just really captures the 90s. Like, you watch some movies from the 90s and they can feel timeless, but this movie feels like the 90s, from the music to the costuming, even to some of the sets. It's just fantastic. I like that they did do research into Wicca, so they did try to make some of the witchcraft a bit more, well, I mean, obviously it's supernatural, but they did try to make it a bit more realistic. Fairuza Balk, who plays Nancy, who is, I mentioned, is one of my favorite horror movie villains, it herself is actually a practicing Wicca, so I think she helped a lot behind the scenes with that. So I really like that. And it does have some genuinely creepy scenes as well, The Craft, especially the climax. The climax where the girls come to Sarah's house and all of those bugs and snakes and rats everywhere, those were real. They didn't use CGI back then. So everything you're seeing at the end is real, and it's creepy as fuck. Nancy is like a terrifying villain, and Veruza Balk's like unhinged performance. The way you slowly see Nancy descend into madness, and then once she's taken in the spirit, just how she just flat out loses it. It's terrifying and but still great to watch. Has a great soundtrack, got some great faces. You've got Veruza Balk, Nev Campbell, Robin Tunney, Skeet Ulrich. You know, you have all of these like really big names from the 90s. And it's just one of those films that I revisit a lot. I actually think it's really well made. I think it deserves more credit than it gets. It's a bit of a cult classic now, but people do tend to forget it when they talk about horror films from the 90s. And I just love it so much. Oh, and no, do not see the remake. Just don't.
Terrible.
Don't see
Terrible.
The Craft Legacy. It is terrible.
Awful.
Truly terrible. Trash. Watch the original. Watch my number. So that was my number 18. Go and watch that. The Craft from 1996.
Okay. Yeah, sorry to say, Rachel, you're gonna have to watch the remake at least once because we
No,
will
I
do it.
did. I did.
No, but I mean rewatch it at least
Oh
once.
no, you're not
For the
gonna
sake
make me
of
review
completion, we have to do both
Oh
movies.
no! You're gonna make me sit through that shitstorm again.
Yeah. I'll say the highlight of the remake was David Duchovny.
David Duchovny, I was
Him
just about
acting
to
as
say
a
that.
villain.
Yes.
There's no other reason to recommend it, pretty much. But
I was literally about to say that. The only good thing is David Duchovny's creepy villain, dude.
yeah. But once again, because we're similar ages, I'm in a similar boat. I maybe don't have the fondness for you as you do for it. It's been a long time, to be fair, so it's kind of one of those. It will be interesting to see it again and see how well it holds up. But I do have nostalgia for it as well. I remember it watching it a lot and it making an impression on me. So definitely one to do on the show once again. So my number 18, I'm going back to Japan, and again, a bit of a modern classic, I think, and that is, of course, the original Ringu, which, The Ring, to give it its British title. So late 90s, of course, set up a whole trend with these J-horror movies and the sort of trope of, like, the creepy girl with the long black hair, you know, sort of flopping over the forehead, just in a very creepy way. So what I love about this movie is I love that it has a very simple premise which sets up these rules at the start of the movie, and then it plays with those rules and sort of creates drama and suspense over the course of the movie. It's a really satisfying example of a slow burn horror movie where it doesn't rush things. It gives you a really good hook at the start of the movie. That opening scene is so effective in setting everything up, giving you a sense of mood and what it's going to be like, but just intriguing you without giving too much away. And then from there, it actually moves at quite a slow pace where you get to know the central characters, the reporter character, like she's a single parent with her kid. That's investigating the whole sort of story of these kids being killed by a videotape. You know, after they've seen it, it's a certain amount of time later, they're then killed. So this becomes a story that she starts to investigate, but also she becomes emotionally invested in it because her son potentially could be put in danger. And I think she just, because she has a young son and she imagines how vulnerable he could be and how it's affected people of his age group, that definitely impacts her. And it's something which these Japanese movies, Dark Water by the same director being another good example, where it does play on the very real bond between a mother and her child and the maternal sort of instincts. And obviously horror movies over the years have had a great history with this, of it really using it to add some tension and just as a way into the characters and making you invest in them. So that's one of the important things, where the Ringu is a classic example of a movie that shows that you don't need a lot of big set pieces. You don't need a lot of special effects. You just need grounded characters that you can believe in or relate to, and you need a bit of suspense. You need a good hook, dramatic set pieces, and the scary moments. And I think just because it sets up likable characters who you can invest in, it actually means then the payoff to those horror scenes, they work so well because it's well directed. Like the mood and atmosphere, and those scenes are well directed. So I think those scenes would be scary anyway, but just because you have that extra level of investment, it makes them even more satisfying. Where you care about the characters, there's stakes, and the scene, the famous scene when they're watching the videotape and the girl comes out of the well and then through the TV. That's one of the most unsettling scenes in any horror movie, in my opinion, because I remember watching the film for the first time late at night.
No.
yeah, it's the first time I watched it. It was really late at night. It was dark in the house. And when she came through that screen in the movie, I thought she was going to come through my TV screen and come after me. It's a really unsettling, surreal moment, but it's so well done. American remake is very mediocre, and it's just an example where they do a carbon copy of that scene where it's the exact same thing, and it just feels like nothing. It's just a scene, and it has no effect on you at all, and it just shows you the difference between a really, subtle, clever director and just where the scene plays out in the exact same way, but you have completely different reactions to it. But the horror moments are worth waiting for because when they come, they really pay off. And as I said, it's a really intriguing plot, a really intriguing mystery. Because another thing I like about the film is how they don't tie it up completely, and how there is some margin where you can interpret certain things. And because I'm a big fan of that, I don't like things to always be wrapped up too much, too tightly, and that's a good example.
Ambiguity works.
Yeah, where there's enough of an explanation, but they don't overdo it, sort of thing. So that's Ringu.
Well, I haven't seen the Japanese one, so I can't really comment. I've seen the American one, but I found it interesting that you didn't like it because it was very critically acclaimed. The American one, like a lot of people seem to really love it, almost as much as the originals. So it's interesting that you didn't like the remake.
Yeah, there's definitely a fair few people who prefer it to the original, or a decent amount, or at least people who go to bat for it. I think the best thing about it is Naomi Watts, but it's directed by the guy who directed Pirates of the Caribbean. That's all you need to know. I mean, he's not the guy you go to for really good horror movies.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Alrighty. So my number 17, we are going back to hauntings and haunted houses. My number 17 is the 2010 film The Woman in Black, starring Harry Potter, or Daniel Radcliffe rather. So there was an 80s version of this movie. It's taken from a story, and ironically, the 80s version, the character that Harry plays in the 80s version, the guy who played James Potter plays the character that Harry's playing. So that was a nice little kind of tie-in. I thought that was fun. So this movie takes place, it's a very simple premise. Daniel Radcliffe plays a lawyer whose wife had died in childbirth 4 years before, and ever since then he's been in a constant state of depression, and he has a young son to raise. He is sent to this house in the marsh in this tiny little town to finalize an old lady's affairs. She's recently died. He has to go to this house to settle everything. And when he gets there, he finds out that no one really wants him there. No one in his town wants him there. No one wants him near that house. They try to get rid of him. When he finally does go to the house, he starts to encounter the woman in black. She is a terrifying entity. And you basically find out that she's been haunting the town for years. She basically what happens is, and now I have to get into big spoilers to basically sell the terror of this film, unfortunately, but you find out that the woman's MO is anytime someone sees her ghost on the premises, she kills a child in the village. And so all of these children have died at her hands, but they die in what look like accidents. I've talked about the opening scene of this movie, which has 3 little girls committing suicide by jumping out of a window, and you see a flashback where you see the woman in black standing there. And basically the horror of this film really comes from the fact that they're killing off children, and it kills off children in really intense ways. You know, jumping from windows, another girl drinks lye, another 2 kids walk into the ocean. The house itself is a very typical haunted house. The movie does get a little bit tropey. We do have like Victorian dolls and like little like drummer toys that start to move. So it does go into that territory a bit. But for the most part, it's very, very slow and atmospheric. Daniel Radcliffe actually carries the role really well. And it doesn't rely on jump scares. So often when you see the woman in black, you don't realize that you've seen her until all of a sudden you're like, hang on, there's a shadow behind the thing, or what the hell she just, so it's very, very subtle, and it has a real emotional hook because of who the woman in black is, because of what her MO is, and because of what she's doing to the children. And then when you find out her backstory, it's really tragic. So you have a real like humanity at the heart of it, and there are some scenes that are actually really just sad, just really sad scenes when you see what her presence has done to the village and what her malevolence has done. And it's got a very, very interesting ending that again is kind of not open-ended, but it definitely doesn't wrap everything up, and it has a beautifully, horrifyingly scary final shot, which I won't spoil, but like when I saw the final shot of the movie, I was just like, okay, not sleeping tonight. But it's just a great movie. I think it kind of flew under the radar. I don't know if it was released when there were other movies that were released, or if it just didn't get the right marketing campaign. But I don't think a lot of people ended up seeing this film, which is a real pity, because it is a gorgeous, slow burn, haunted house film. And it's nice to see Daniel without the Harry Potter get up and actually see him, you know, step outside of that character. It was one of the first things I saw him in post Harry Potter, and it's genuinely creepy. It's got some genuine scares, and I just really love the haunting vibe to it. So that is number 17, The Woman in Black.
Number 17 came out actually just 2 years after Ringu, and so it's another, what I would say is a bit of a modern gem, and it's sort of on a point really with Let the Right One In, just because that was a modern sort of adolescent twist on the vampire movie. Well, this is a modern adolescent twist on the werewolf movie. So I think you know where I'm probably going. My number 17 is Ginger Snaps.
Excellent.
Which I know you're a big fan of. I'm a big fan of it. It's absolutely brilliant. The director of it is also the creator of Orphan Black, which happens to be one of my favourite TV shows of maybe all time. It's a great show. Very low budget, very low key, Canadian setting. You know, Canadian, one of these small towns, really plays a part where it feels like a character in the movie itself. And you've got a pair of teenage who have this, well, sisters who have a very like tight bond, and they're very, you know, brooding and dark, and they play tricks around the house. They play tricks like pretending to be dead and sort of staging deaths, which really obviously freak the parents out. The parents are sort of very conservative, the mother especially, who's very entertaining to watch, played by Mimi Rogers. But yeah, along the way, it becomes a vampire movie where one of them actually gets bit, and so you get a vampire-style plot where Freudian slip there.
Oh, good. We're stuck on vampires.
Yeah, that would have been a different movie, but yeah, but it's doing a similar thing to what Let the Right One did with vampires, where it's using the metaphor of adolescence and the changing of the body when you're a teenage girl, using that to go along with the changes that you go through when you're a werewolf. And we see that the subtly the close bond that was once there between the Catherine Isabel character and her sister Emily Perkins, I
Emily
think the
Perkins,
actress is, and how that becomes more distant when she starts going through these changes, and the whole teenage angst and tension between those two, and suddenly how the Catherine Isabel character becomes a lot more sexualized and sort of out there, a sexuality in a really sort of dark, sort of powerful type way, and how there's tension there, and the way they suddenly grow apart, and a lot of like suspense over what they're going to do about it, what the Emily Perkins character is going to do. And it just reaches a certain extreme point where she has to confront her sister in quite a major way. And I won't spoil the ending of the film, but it all comes to a head in a really good sort of satisfying type way. But you've got good characters, you've got good casting, good performances. The whole thing feels very natural. You've got, like, as I said, really effective small town setting, really interesting story, a lot of fun, a lot of good humor, dark sort of humor. Obviously, I like, stuff like the Mimi Rogers mother, like finding this finger in the fridge and just assuming that it's them up to their old tricks, then it is just a fake. But it's actually a real finger in that example. So stuff like that. I mean, she's just hilarious in the role, just really playing that character up and having a lot of fun, being really uptight over people swearing and stuff like that. But you've got a really cool family dynamic. They feel like a real family, but at its core, you've just got great chemistry between the two leads. Like, you really believe in them as sisters.
Absolutely.
And it's a great portrayal of teenage life and does feel very sort of authentic, but it works in this really, like, gripping, meaty sort of I did it again, werewolf style plot. And I will say also, for a film with its budget, I do think when you get to the final bit of the film, then the effects, I think, look pretty good overall.
They're not too bad. Yeah,
the
especially for the time.
For the time, that's exactly right. And it's obviously a low budget film.
Yeah.
It's a film I return to every now and again. It does hold up over multiple viewings.
Yeah.
It's an underrated film. I think it deserves more love. It's very unique and a bit of a gem within its genre. And it's always fun when they do something a bit different with a set sort of subgenre like the werewolf movie, and also with a teenage movie, because there's been so many sort of now by the numbers cliche sort of teenage type dramas, teenage horror movies. So to actually combine it with a werewolf plot and do something a bit original is, and once again, it's an example of being low key and letting things play out, and just having an intriguing like story and characters, and having a bit of fun with it, some entertaining scenes as well. So it's a gem. It's been a big favourite of mine ever since I first saw it. So that's Ginger Snaps.
That is a great choice. I love Ginger Snaps. Again, it has a lot of nostalgia for me because it did come out when I was like a teenager. It was one of the earlier horror films I saw. I am usually not a massive fan of werewolves, so this movie is one of the few werewolves movies that I really love. I love the juxtaposition of monstrosity with female sexuality and puberty and going through a period. I actually think this movie was kind of the precursor to Jennifer's Body. I think it has similar themes to that one, of being a teenage girl and how it does feel monstrous and how these changes to your body can affect you. And I really love that kind of association. And it's just very tongue-in-cheek, Ginger Snaps, It's very aware of itself. I think the two sisters have great chemistry, like you said. They are so much fun to watch. I love when they're doing all their fake deaths. One of my favorite ones is the fence paling, and then she just licks her hand and she's like, "It's corn syrup, Dad." Yeah. So yeah, and I think Catherine Isabel is great when you see Ginger's transformation. So yeah, Ginger Snaps. That's a great pick. And we'll definitely have to review that one because it's just such a fun film to revisit. So very cool. All right, so my
Yeah.
number 16 is a more recent film. It only just came out, I think, year before last. It was a Shudder exclusive, and that is Host. So that one
Okay.
came out, yeah, during the pandemic. Very, very interesting premise. Basically, a group of friends are doing a seance on a group call. One of them gets a little too stupid and accidentally invites an entity in, and it's basically what happens after that. I thought this film was a great example of what you can do with a minimal budget and minimal setting, because obviously this was filmed during the pandemic, so we talk about it like it's gone, but during the beginning of the pandemic, and so it was all filmed from everyone's house on the computer screen on a Zoom call. Now I have seen another movie similar to this, and that is Unfriended, which came out in the mid 2010s, which has a similar premise. This movie did what that movie wanted to do. I found this movie genuinely scary. There were moments that actually made me jump, just because of the way the presence, kind of whatever they've invited into the seance, the way it torments them, the way it tortures them, the fact that they all are like alone in their own houses, like adds to that terror. Like they use the pandemic very well because none of them can go over to each other's houses to see if they're okay. They're all disconnected because they're only talking to each other through screens. The acting's actually really natural, for people that like this was obviously an amateur film, but they got some really good actors that all acted really naturally. It felt very like very organic and didn't feel like it was being put on, and they all did their own special effects, which if you see some of the special effects in this film is actually quite impressive, because some of them had to do things like there's one that throws a blanket over like an empty space and the blanket ends up hanging over something, and
Yeah.
there are footprints that appear and one of them gets burnt alive, and it's all like really intensely done. And I just thought it was just such a unique concept. It only goes for, I think, about an hour or just over an hour, so I like
Yeah,
that it was a
it's
shorter
very
film.
short.
Yeah, they didn't pad it, so it doesn't feel overfilled. It doesn't feel like they're trying to like get away with more than than what they obviously can. And I just found it effective and just a really great little horror film. And when we watched it, I think I watched it immediately again the next day because I just loved it so much.
Okay.
And then when it came out on Blu-ray, I bought it and I watched it again, and it was just every time I watch it, I just love it more. It reminds me a little bit of the Blair Witch Project in that it's the simplicity and the minimalism
Yeah.
that makes the movie so effective. It just shows that while I do love a big budget film, it's got lots of special effects, sometimes you just need a really basic concept and some good practical effects, and boom, you have a really effective little horror movie that no one really expected. So yeah, so that's my number 16, Host, which came out I think in 2019 or 2020. It was a really good film.
Yeah, I really like that choice, and it's one of those examples of it just fit. Like when you look back on it now, and in a few years, it will say, "Okay, that's the 2020 movie." It just fit
Yeah.
the time, and it was
Yeah.
just so great the way they jumped on that so quickly, where it felt so fresh. Because
Yeah.
and it's always this interesting thing where I think films have to move forward with how they use
Yeah.
technology, and
Mm.
it's just fitting how I sort of think of that as a movie which works better watching it on the laptop than if you watched it in a cinema.
Yeah.
I know it was a streaming release anyway, so I don't think it was in cinemas, but it sort of does feel actually then weirdly enough you would lose something if it was in a cinema.
I agree.
It sort of feels like it recaptures the conditions of watching something on the laptop, and there's lots of nice little touches where you can like blur reality, and where literally because they sort of start the film and the credits is almost like they're starting the Skype call, isn't it? The Zoom call rather than traditional credits. And there's lots you can play with, like miscommunication, like the weird sort of awkward moments you have over these things where you sort of speak out of sequence, you sort of speak at the wrong time, or you have like technical difficulties. They're things that you can sort of use in a horror type premise very nicely. So yeah, it's one worth really checking out. And I've only seen it once, so it's one I'll go back and watch again at some point. And I did there's a review of it up on the channel.
I'll have to check that out.
16 is going back to the 80s and a bit more of a classic and the start of a very long franchise. It is Hellraiser from the late 1980s. So this is a big favourite of mine. It, of course, introduced Pinhead. It introduced the Cenobites, who actually play a bigger role in the original movie than Pinhead does.
They do, don't they?
They do. That's very interesting when you see the legacy than Pinhead has, but they actually play more of a role in the first film. It obviously this weird sort of campy, macabre sort of movie where Clive Barker was using his real like S&M fetish to play into a horror setup, which is such a cool thing for him to do, and it becomes a whole like sort of grab for the movie where he is using the sort of like contrast between pain and pleasure and how that fits into a sexual like scenario, but just using it for like good and evil sort of thing, playing up that metaphor and how it works in a horror setup. And so it's a very unique film, a very distinct film. You've got really great practical effects, really good scrungy sort of like unsettling sort of creature effects and really gross out set pieces and horror and gory and just very original inventive use of like fleshy, you know, creatures and moments of gore, very sort of unsettling and gross in a very satisfying way. You've got good characters, distinct characters. The Julia character is a very good character, a very unlikable character.
Oh man, she's messed up, dude.
So frustrated, really twisted. And you get a fascinating sort of plot with her, and you know you really feel sorry for her husband, but you get
you do.
you certainly do. I mean, he's a little bit clueless, but in a likable sort of way. Final girl, I think, although she doesn't really come into play that much until nearer the end, I think she's a really good final girl. I like that actress. There's a lot of mood and atmosphere. I like how a lot of it is condensed to the one house, like the one setting, and how it sets up these rules. Again, rules such a big part to a really good horror movie. And it's a fun little like twist on this convention of horror where you have like obnoxious characters that you enjoy seeing killed off. So in this, because it's in the 80s and because there's a whole class thing going on with this family where they are basically quite middle class yuppies. So later on in the film where like Julia is luring these men back to her apartment to like sacrifice for like her sort of ex-lover type thing, then they're all yuppies. They're all like really unlikable. So you actually enjoy them being killed off like this. So it's a fun sort of play on that. But really atmospheric horror movie, really stylistic and entertaining in a campy B-movie sense, but also really scary when it needs to be. A great premise as well. The whole, you know, the box and the rules that surrounds that. It's almost like a horror version of a Rubik's Cube, which I absolutely love about it. Some great dialogue, some great jump scares, and I mean, come on, it ends with a dragon. That dragon scene at the end is so fantastic. And it comes out of nowhere. And
it really does, yeah.
I mean, how can you hate any movie that ends with a dragon where it's literally flying off to hell? I mean, you would never expect to see that. So Hellraiser, a bit of a true original, a cult gem, a cult favourite, which has stood the test of time. My number 60.
Very good. I have to say, Hellraiser is sometimes a little too much for me. I mean, it's so intense. That whole skunk thing where Frank is like rising out of like the goo and he's all like bloody and not to mention the Cenobites, man. I mean, that scene where the Chatterer is like sticking his fingers down like Kirsty's throat, like that's nasty, man. It's like,
So
ugh. It's so unsettling. And just the premise of it, of this woman like bringing men home for like her lover who's not really alive, and it's so weird. But I do find it interesting that Pinhead, he's not even called Pinhead in the first one. He's just one of the Cenobites. And it's so interesting that that he then went on to become like this big major like villain when he's not really like the big villain in the first one. It's like all the Cenobites together, just not him. I guess because he just has just the voice and the look of him. Like he's definitely, I think, the most interesting looking of the Cenobites. Although that being said, the Chatterer is like, got nightmares about him for like weeks.
It's another nice touch. Then you get a variety of different types of Cenobites.
They could have very easily just made them all uniform and made them look identical, but the fact that they have their own looks and their looks are so obviously based in S&M, and you have like the chains and the leather and like the weird piercings like through their chests and like their weird head things. Yeah, it's definitely an interesting movie. It's definitely an original. I mean, Clive Barker has got like a really messed up mind, dude. Yeah. But yeah, a little too intense for me. It's definitely one that we will revisit, but I'll find it a bit hard. But I definitely understand why it's such like a cult classic and why people love it so much. So very good choice. All right, so my number 15, I am finally going for a movie that's not like more of a modern movie. We're going to the 70s with my number 15, and that is a movie that we have talked about on this channel many times, Black Christmas. I love Black Christmas.
Yeah,
one of the original slashers. It could be a better made movie. Some of it's a little bit jarring, some of it doesn't flow well, but I think because it set the standards that then Halloween came along and like ran with. I think Black Christmas doesn't get enough credit for a lot of the stuff that it initiated with the slasher trope. As we've talked about before, I love the fact that the setting is Christmas. I love that they take a holiday that's supposed to be warm and loving and bright and fun and turn it into something so dark and twisted. I think that's just a great premise. Horror is all about like taking the good and like vilifying it, or like turning things on their heads and making you uncomfortable. And I think turning a Christmas setting inside out is fantastic. Plus you have a lot of fun with it. Obviously you have kills with Christmas ornaments and Christmas carols playing while people are getting butchered, and you have all of this like dissonant kind of stuff that makes you feel so uncomfortable. I think Billy as a bad guy is one of the most grotesque and like just horrible bad guys in a slasher film. The fact that you don't really know his motivation, those phone calls, I'm surprised they could get those phone calls past like the censorship, because those phone calls are obscene and they're just like truly disgusting. And just hearing him panting and breathing and saying all of those grotesque things, like I think a lot of women can relate to the feeling of being stalked and being watched and feeling unsafe in general. And so, yeah, I really love that about the film. I think it's got some great kills. It has a fantastic final girl. Jess is one of the most progressive final girls you'll come across. I mean, the fact that this movie came out a year after Roe v. Wade, which let's not talk about the status of that at the moment, but this did happen a year after Roe v. Wade, and Jess as a character is wanting to have an abortion, and that was just not something put on film, and the fact that the film supports her, the film doesn't say that she's in the wrong, it actually shows her point of view and why she doesn't want to have the baby. So I think that's amazing. I also think she's really caring. You see her checking on the girls, you see her taking care of Margot Kidder's character, who's also a great character and fairly pushes the boundaries a lot. And she ends up facing off with the killer at the end, or she's one of those final girls that really says, no, I'm not going to take this, and just stands up for herself. So Jess was one of the greatest final girls. There's a lot of stuff in that movie that is just really eerie, really creepy. I love a lot of the point of view shots that he used. I think the way it employs the point of view shot, really effective. And it has one of my favorite horror movie endings. I don't want to spoil anything, but the ending to Black Christmas is so unsettling, and it really works into the theme of like girls being alone and being unprotected and not being looked after by the authorities. And I just think that ending just makes that movie, like, it just elevates the movie so much when you get to that ending and you get that final gut punch, and it's just so good. So that is my number 15, Black Christmas.
Okay, yeah, great choice. Yeah, we obviously reviewed that on the show, so you can check out that review on the channel. And we're both big fans of that movie, and obviously can't forget the fellatio scene. So hilarious, so funny. But who can forget that? Nice bit of crude humour there, but also picking up on something you said about the abortion stuff is. It's actually something that horror movies tend to have a good track record of, like, moving with the times and being progressive. No matter what else you want to say about horror movies and stuff, it actually does. It's a very good way of, like, measuring, like, politics and working politics into, like, movies. My number 15, actually sticking with the more modern stuff here, but my number 15 is The Descent from Neil Marshall, and still my favourite Neil Marshall film. It's almost like that film was so good it cursed him, because he's made nothing but crap, it seems, since then. But so this is once again quite a basic premise which they really run with and do something great and interesting. The friends who have known each other many years, but that they meet up for the first time in a very long time as a group to go on this trip and explore these caves. And there's been an incident in the recent past, like, involving like the main character of the drama. That's what partly has kept them apart for a while. And there's a whole backstory where they go into these caves and there's these monsters lurking, these like weird sort of monsters who appear to have been down in these caves for years. And there's a whole reveal to do with them where they've got really good senses apart from their eyes. They can't see. That's the whole sort of catch to it. But it's similar to what I was saying with The Ring, with Ringu, where it's so effective partly because you invest in the characters, like you get to know the characters. And because you have this emotional backstory, Sarah, I think her name is, and her daughter in the past, and just the friction and tension between her and one particular character, then I think you invest in it because you get to know her character and you really get to be invested and care. And so it sort of works the horror scenes around that and slowly builds to them where it pays off even more. So the acting is really good. They cast it very well, where it feels like a natural group of friends. And they do feel like very realistic people, but also they all seem to have quite distinct personalities, so they do stand out as well. So I really like that balance. But really strong cast, really emotional, like a really satisfying backstory, which they work into the horror like aspect really well. Like it does actually, like her past with her daughter works into this story, this horror story, very well. But besides that, the atmosphere and the way they use the setting and the caves and the darkness.
Oh, that would be so claustrophobic.
Claustrophobic. I mean, it's almost like Alien, but done in a cave sort of thing. But once again, on quite a small budget, they get so much out of it, so suspenseful. And it does take a long time to actually reveal the creatures. So that's another horror trope it uses. Makes it more effective. And but when it does come, when the horror does come, it is very scary, very unsettling. Some great moments of gore. It's very violent. It's a film that keeps you guessing as well. There's some good like twists and turns, suspense. It's quite tragic at times, some of the developments and the way it goes, and quite a lot to talk about with the characters. But it's definitely a film that keeps you guessing, and the ending is so perfect. The way the ending pays off is just such a like, it was the perfect way to end the movie. And I've heard them with the American remake, they did that classic Hollywood thing. They changed the ending to a more Hollywood ending. I've not seen it, but that's so infuriating. Like, the ending of the original film is how it should end. It's the perfect ending. And I rewatched it recently. It holds up. It's certainly, just for being a purely scary movie, I think it's one of the scariest movies, of recent years. So that's The Descent.
Oh, very good. It's one I haven't seen. It's one of those ones I have meant to see for so long. So maybe what I'll do is I'll wait until we get to reviewing it, and then I'll watch it then, and then that'll be cool. We can go from there. And Keith has already made his feelings about my number 14 quite clear, so I'm a little bit nervous to tell him. But my number 14 is The Ring, the American version of Ringu. I first saw this film when I was just getting into horror, so it was one of the earliest horror movies I ever saw, and I just fell in love with it. And like I said to you when you were doing your list, I was really surprised that you didn't like this film, because everything I've heard is that it's almost as good, if not as good, as the original. And for me, this movie just scared the shit out of me when I first saw it. It was insane how scary I found this film. I thought that I thought everything was great. I mean, I know you made a dig about like Pirates of the Caribbean director being the director of this, and I totally get that they're two completely different genres, but I thought he did a great job. I loved the look of this film. I loved the tone. I loved the green, like, coloring, because I thought that really set it apart from other horror movies at the time. And I thought a lot of the images in this film are so disturbing. They're so fucked up. I mean, the videotape alone is really creepy, and has so many images that just creeped me out so badly. The horse scene on the ferry, that was an intense scene. And one thing that I really love about this film that might just be unique to me is auditorily, it is a really intense, like, really crazy film, because it has a lot of sound that's really, like, uncomfortable to hear. Like, I have, like, uber sensitive hearing. One of my friends used to call it, like, super bat hearing or something. And I can hear frequencies that you're not supposed to hear at, like, certain ages. So I think maybe I'm just a little bit more sensitive to the sound in this movie, but so much of the sound in this movie just puts me, like, on edge when I'm watching. And it's just absolutely insane. And I just remember, like, the climax of this film, the villain of this film, Samara. She's creepy little kids, they always work. And the coming out of the TV scene, I find in this movie to be really effective. I remember finding that scene really, really creepy. But a little fun story. The first time I watched this movie, I was living in, like, a group house with other teenagers, and I fell asleep watching it late at night on the couch. And I woke up and some arsehole had put, like, a blank videotape, like, right next to my head. So I woke up and that was the first thing I saw after watching the movie. And it was like, that's just a mean joke. Why would you do that? The Ring. I just absolutely love everything about it.
Okay. Yeah, I wouldn't quite say I ripped into it. I said it was mediocre and I didn't find it scary. And that scene, obviously the videotape scene, possibly if you'd seen the original, which is so scary, that scene, so freaky. I think if you had that comparison, like if you saw the original first, or if you'd seen both, regardless of the order.
Well, that might be a good project.
You might have. If you found it scary,
I did.
If you did, fair enough. I mean, I don't remember finding it scary, but I'd say mediocre. I mean, I wouldn't totally shit on it. Obviously, a lot of it is comparison with the original film. Now, of course, for the sequel, the American sequel, they actually got.
I didn't like it.
You're not a fan. I know a lot of people don't like it. I actually do quite like it, but Hideo Nakata, the original director, to do that sequel. First. My number 14 is the first John Carpenter movie on my list. And I've gone with The Thing from 82. So
Nice.
this was one where it was borderline because obviously a lot of it feels more sci-fi, but I think there's enough of a horror vibe about it to include it in a horror list. Because I think it is very atmospheric, and the monster itself, although there's a lot of science involved, the monster itself it does feel like a sort of a freaky horror style monster. And there's definitely the suspense of the movie and the tension is a big part of what drives it. It's one of Carpenter's best, one of his most unique films where he really stamped his mark on it. As always, his music in the film is fantastic. That central theme is one where it sets the pulse sort of racing as soon as you hear it. I think it's one of his best main themes, which is obviously saying something. You've got peak era Kurt Russell. He obviously had some great collaborations with Carpenter. This is possibly his best of them, and he really is at his charismatic best. But I think a lot of times with Kurt Russell, his appeal, I think, is largely that he is charismatic, but he also feels like a very everyday sort of guy as well. He's able to have that sort of relatability where it's almost like you sort of feel it might be quite close to the real Kurt Russell sort of thing a lot of times in these movies. But yeah, he has a very distinct look because of the big bushy beard and the sort of images of him on the poster and stuff. And of course he gets some badass action hero moments with the flamethrower. And it's sort of similar to Alien, except in the Antarctic sort of thing, where it is largely confined to this one location. It's a really great, I guess, mostly bottle movies, and when bottle movies work, it's maybe one of my favorite subgenre. But you have these group of characters that play off each other really nicely. Good cast, pretty much top to bottom, and they definitely do a good job of hiding the monster for as long as possible. So it's more of a big deal when it does come out to play. Up into having fun and prestige in classic monster type B movies, because there are certain things in it which are sort of silly, but silly in a fun sort of quite knowing type way. So I think it's Carpenter prestige in that kind of movie. But the setting is so effective. I had one of my favourite X-Files episodes as well, called Dice from season 1, and
very cool.
It has a similar sort of setting and idea, but so it inspired so much, really big influence on future movies and TV episodes. And I think just for how scary it is and how tense it is and the stakes and everything, it's one of Carpenter's best when it comes to pure horror and him really riffing off classic monster movies. And it is a remake. I've seen the 50s film as well.
Oh, it is true, isn't it? I always forget that.
From Another Place, which I'm pretty sure there's a nice touch in Halloween, because I think they're watching that at one point, and that's because I've seen the 50s film. I quite enjoy the 50s film, but this is even better. I think this is a rare example of a remake better than its original.
It does occasionally happen. It's a nice surprise when that does happen, when you have a remake that's better.
I think because it's different enough as well, because when you watch the two movies, they don't really feel that similar. I think it's just the basic plot and premise which are the same, but they do feel like really different sort of movies for the most part. So I think that helps as well, because it can feel distinct from the other one.
But I must have seen it when I was quite young, because I only remember little bits and pieces. I remember the blood testing scene, and I remember the creature when it kind of forms and looks like a dog, and I remember like the ending, but I don't specifically remember the full movie. But I mean, lots of people talk about The Thing, about it being an iconic horror movie, so it's definitely one that I'm going to have to revisit at some point. 13. So my number 13 is actually a sequel a horror sequel from the early 2000s. It is The Rage Carrie 2. Now, I love the original Carrie, and the Rage Carrie 2, it can't hold a torch to the original. And what's really interesting about it is it wasn't actually going to be a sequel. Originally, it was just a script called The Rage, which was about a girl who had telekinetic powers, and it was loosely the storyline of the story was they were working in a real life scandal that was happening at the time where teenage boys were keeping scores of like the girls that they would have sex with, and there was like a whole thing about like teenage sexual politics in it. And basically when the script was doing the rounds, someone noticed the similarities that it had to Carrie, and so they went, hey, let's shoehorn it into being a sequel, which quite frankly I think might have been a mistake. I think it would have maybe have been better for it to have just been a standalone movie, because the way they connected it to Carrie is they brought back Sue Snell as a character and kind of made it so that the main character of this one, Rachel, is Carrie's half sister, because Ray White went and was a big whore and slept with everyone in the town, so he got Rachel's mother knocked up. If you ignore the connection to the original movie, which you can like do quite well if you just ignore the Sue Snell scenes, this is actually a really fun, really interesting little kind of psychological horror from the early 2000s, which I think deals with a lot of issues that were going around at the time about sexual politics and, you know, teenagers engaging in sex that they maybe shouldn't, the damage that it has on the girls. You know, they bring up the subject. One of the girls actually like kills herself over the treatment that she gets from the guys. And so there's a really interesting thread there that actually feels kind of like, you know, political, and it's touching on some very real issues. The main character, Rachel, is not so much like the Carrie loser that like Carrie's in the original. She's more kind of like that edgy goth emo, you know, early 2000s kind of outcast. She's a really interesting character though. Her powers are shown really well. I think the progression of her powers are really awesome. And as with the original Carrie, this does all build up to a big showdown at the end, which I actually talked about in our 10 favorite horror movie kills. This scene is one of my favorite kill scenes, where Rachel's powers are activated at a party after she's humiliated by these jerk jocks. And the massacre that follows is amazing. I mean, it's almost equal to the Black Prom. It is just insane, the carnage that they portray on the screen in this final act. And I think that the actress who plays Rachel, her name has evaded me now, she's actually really very good, and she gets that eerie stillness that Sissy Spacek has in the original, you know, when she's going on her roaring rampage of revenge. So it's just a really fun movie. I saw this again. This was one of the earlier horror movies that I saw. I think I saw it very shortly after I saw the original film, and I just really fell in love with it. And again, a little bit of nostalgia, because it does come from that era of horror movies that I really love, of the late 90s and early 2000s. But I think as a sequel, it's not bad. And if you view it as a standalone movie, it's actually really fun and really entertaining.
This is spooky coincidence. My number 13, well, it's not The Rage Carrie 2, because I haven't seen that, but it's the original Carrie. That's my number 13. So that's really funny. That's really spooky. I couldn't have called that. Yeah. Great sort of symmetry there. So, that is. Yeah. The original and the best Carrie from the mid-70s, of course. And out of all the Stephen King adaptations, which has been many, this is one of the best. It's always talked up as one of the best high school drama. And that really grounds the film. It really throws you into like the head of this sort of really timid, nervous schoolgirl played by Sissy Spacek, who's probably never been better. I mean, she's a great actress and has been in a lot of good stuff, but this is still her defining roles all these years later.
Agree.
And she is so perfectly cast, but you're just thrown into her headspace. It's a film that really seems to capture the teen experience so authentically, and the pain of adolescence, the sort of challenges that come with it, all the politics that can occur at high school. You know, some really powerful themes, some provocative themes. Obviously, you've got another standout performance from Piper Laurie, who's so scary, so intimidating.
So good.
as the mother, who in many ways is the villain of the film, but she has a real presence. And yeah, the movie just carries you along and is so effective
Nice.
in the. Oh shit! Yeah, I mean that wasn't even intentional, but I'm proud of that one. Yeah, I'm going to use that one from now
Very
on.
good.
Yeah. So yeah, no, it's such a gripping film.
It
so
is.
like unsettling at times, and
Mm-hmm.
one of the great finales, not only to a horror movie but any movie,
any
in my
movie.
opinion. It's such a well directed scene, and the timing of everything, and the use of music and things like that, and just like intercutting between different characters in that scene, and just the fallout from it, and Carrie's reaction. But it just hits all the notes that you want from this story, and yeah, really holds up. Got carried along on the wave of Carrie.
12. Now, this is a more recent film. It came out in 2018, and that is Halloween from 2018. I love this film. I love this film almost as much as I love the original. And sometimes I think I love it more than the original, but then I think to myself, no, but without the original, we wouldn't have this. So it always has to be the original. But I had to put this on this list. I saw this in the cinema and I just loved this film. I thought it did, and I've spoken about it before on this channel. I thought it did such a good job of bringing back Laurie as a character and her characterization. I think it did such a great job of like updating the story and bringing it into like a more modern setting, but still feeling like a Halloween film. I thought the direction for the most part was really, really good. It brought back menace to Michael Myers for like the first time since maybe the first film. I mean, we did the entire Halloween franchise, so we got to see all the ups and downs of Michael Myers. And this film for me, and I've spoken about this before, if you have a good Michael Myers, that's going to elevate your Halloween film. I mean, it's one of the reasons I can tolerate the zombie films is because I love Michael so much. So the fact that this film brought back that menace, Nick Castle coming back, and then the stunt double that they used as well, they both just got this character down so well. One of my favorite scenes in this movie is that long take where Michael walks through Haddonfield and just is killing everyone, and you have the music playing, and I just think it was such a great way to bring him back to the screen and to show that like the shape is back and he means business. And like I said, I love Laurie's characterization in this film. It does feel a little bit like Halloween H2O, 4.0 instead, but I think that her characterization for me in this film was stronger. I really liked the hardened Laurie who had pretty much lost everything, but was ultimately proven to be right in the end. I also liked that they really showed her being vulnerable at times. There were several scenes where she would break down and she would show that the trauma is obviously still following her. I like the climax of the film where all three Strode women kind of, stood up to Michael and took their power back. And, essentially, I mean, the movie could have finished him off. I mean, we all know that I like Halloween Kills, but I honestly think that they could have just done Halloween 2018 and left it at that because I thought it was such a good sequel. It does have some downsides. The peanut butter on my penis line will forever be stuck in my brain as one of the worst, terrible lines ever. Who wrote that line, then who filmed it, and then who let it in the movie? There were like 3 stages where they could have stopped that line from happening. And they didn't. And I've talked before about my dislike of Dr. Sartain and how I don't like that he's a Loomis stand-in and I don't like his involvement. But those are such minor complaints for me because the rest of the film for me just captured that Halloween like magic, so to speak, that had been missing from so many of the sequels for so long. So I just fell in love with Halloween 2018 and my love for it hasn't let up. So that's my number 12.
Halloween Kills had to come along and shit all over that place. You gave that a 6 out of 10 Halloween Kills, so
that's true. But then I bumped it up to a 7.
You can't feel that strongly, did you?
No, I think I just feel more strongly about it when you or my sister starts shitting on it, and then I get really like, put them up. Okay.
12. I've gone back to a bit more of a cult type movie with this one. My number 12 is Carnival of Souls. Have you heard of this one?
I've heard of it. I haven't seen it, but I have heard of it.
No, this is definitely one where you can see a big influence on David Lynch. Like, he's
Oh,
quoted
okay.
this saying it's one of the films he grew up on and was
Mm.
a big influence. And you can see it because it's very surreal and has a dreamlike quality to it. And the use of music is very Lynchian as well. But
Ah.
so it's a very basic setup. I mean, it's about this female organist who moves to a new town, and she takes a job, as an organist for the local church. And from that point on, weird shit starts happening to her. Images start appearing to her. She goes into like dreamlike states, and it's part of the drama of the movie. Is this all in her head, or is it real?
Ah.
She becomes very sort of paranoid. There's certain men in her life who she like casually like has a date with, and again, I think that's meant to be played up as because she gets really intimidated by them, and some of them come on too strong. But again, it's sort of the drama of, is it in her head, or is it really happening? And just certain weird events start to happen, and it's one of those where it's a basic setup, and you just follow it through there and just go on this journey with this woman, this very surreal sort of bizarre sort of like journey in this small town, this classic small town setting, which, I mean, the movie was made in the 60s, but once again, the small town has that old fashioned small town sort of vibe, because at one point she goes into like this kind of traditional, like sort of, I don't know, like dime style jukeboxes.
Oh,
and
yeah.
it sort of has that feel, the touches of it, a bit like Lynch does in some of his movies, where it definitely feels like a town from the past sort of thing, or a traditional town, and maybe mixing up a little bit, of when the movie was made, but then obviously having touches from the past as well. But it's a very effective movie in the atmosphere, as I said, the dreamlike sort of quality of it. And it's just so effective in making you question what exactly is happening to her. The actress is very good. She's obviously in the film pretty much from start to finish, holds it together, and you sort of like, it's not the sort of film where you necessarily get invested in characters or her, because it is this sort of cult type film, sort of give you enough, like you do sort of care and interested in what's going to happen to her. And the use of music, there's just something about the fact that she's an organ player, and like throughout the film, I think you kind of get like organ sounds sort of ringing in her head at various times. And so it's sort of one of those where it is like this bizarre sort of cryptic film that doesn't necessarily give you answers. So I mean, her going to this church and starting work there might have something to do with what's happening, but it might not, sort of.
Okay.
But yeah, it's a very unique cult type film, which is a great midnight sort of film. It feels like a classic sort of film that you just put on at midnight and you just let yourself get submerged into it, the world of the film. And my number 12, which is Carnival of Souls.
Very cool. Ironically, I also play the organ. I mean, I haven't for years, but I learnt when I was a kid.
Cool.
So yeah, I can actually play the organ. So yeah. So like I said, I have heard of the title of this movie, but that's it. Like, I just know the title. I probably heard it like in passing, or probably heard it in like a horror documentary. But I'll definitely have to add that to my list of ones to watch, especially if it's like David Lynchian. I always love that sort of stuff. So it could be very interesting. Yeah. Okay, so number 11, you are going to rip into me so badly for this choice. You're going to rip into me not only for having it in here, but also for putting it so high on the list. So my number 11 is Scream 3.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
And here's my very first note. Shut up, Keith. See? I wrote it in my notes.
I can't believe this. I mean, it would struggle to justify being on the top 50 if we were doing a top 50 list. But
No. All
Go
of
on,
you
so
haters
you
can
might as well
just
say.
shh, because Scream 3 is an underrated
So I
gem.
don't want you to give anything away, but I was going to make a gag about, well, does that mean the other four are above it? But I know that I think you have this weird opinion that 3's better than 2.
It is. It's not
Which
an
is just
opinion. It's a
madness.
fact.
No, that's madness. Okay, carry on. Why
Look,
do you like
I
Scream
know
3?
Scream 3 is stupid, okay? I know that. And the thing about the movie is it knows that too. And that's what I think a lot of people don't seem to click into Scream 3. It's not taking itself seriously. It knows that it can't be as violent as the others. It was filmed like right after Columbine when Hollywood was like no violence amongst teens. And so they weren't able to make it as bloody and as gory and as violent as the other two. So they very cleverly went, okay, let's lean on the comedy instead. So yes, Scream 3 is definitely more comedy than horror. I will say that. But I think the comedy is fun. And I know that it's not the smartest again, but for me, it just works because it's so silly and it's so bright and it's so oversaturated. It's so mocking everything in Hollywood, which I really love. I know that the Hollywood thread was probably like an accident, but the fact that they actually touch on the shit that goes down in Hollywood and what happens to young actors, they don't do it in a subtle or a very good way. But the fact that the movie actually has it when so many movies at that time didn't is fantastic. Parker Posey is like a queen, and any movie with Parker Posey in
I
it is
agree
instantly
with that.
elevated.
She's
So-
good. She's always good.
Yes, so Parker Posey is great. We get to see Gail take the front seat a little bit, which is really cool because they didn't have as much time with Nev. So we really get to see Gail do some awesome, Gail Weather stuff. The Fringe, we can talk about The Fringe. That is not a good choice. The Fringe was very, very, very bad. But everything else about Gail is fantastic. And I know you're going to argue with me here, but I really think it's true. Sydney has one of her strongest story arcs in this movie. Even though she's not actually in it for that much, her arc in this movie, when you see where she starts the movie and then where she ends the movie, she actually has a full, complete arc, which she doesn't have in a lot of the other movies, So I can never get enough of this film. I rewatch this film so much. I rewatched the first one more, but this comes a very close second. And I just enjoy the crap out of it every single time I watch it because it's just so much fun. I can't really say much beyond that because it's obviously not a very well made film. I think this is just something that's very specific to me. There was just something about this film that really appealed to me and really got to me and really got under my skin. And then my love for it just keeps growing and growing and growing. And yes, I do think it's better than Scream 2 because for me, Scream 2 falls apart as soon as Randy dies. Whereas Scream 3, I watch it all the way to the end. Roman.
Well, Scream 3
best
falls
villain.
apart from the opening scene.
No, it doesn't.
It really does.
So yes, so that's my number 11. You can hate on it as much as you want, Keith, but I love it. Almost cracked top 10 for me. Almost. It didn't, but it was almost there
That's
because
terrifying.
it is like one of my ultimate comfort horror films. I love it so much.
Video with us discussing it, so you can find that. I think any review where we strongly disagree is worth the price of admission. I think those are some of our best.
Reconsidering our friendship right now. He's like, I don't know about this Australian chick, man. She's got some bad
Well,
taste.
I mean, I should have seen it coming, but I didn't. I mean, that's the sad thing. So we'll see. So okay, I didn't call that one. I'll say that I didn't have that on my predictions. Number 11, Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yeah,
The
that was
original,
one
the great examples, and there's so many from the 70s of really low budget independent filmmaking, horror filmmaking in this case, where it's definitely how small and low key the whole thing is, and the feel of the setting, how intimidating the setting feels, then just add so much character to this movie and just add so much tension. You have a group of characters now. I think in terms of like somber groups of characters in it. I mean, the characters aren't the best in terms of like the regular human characters. It's they're okay. They're not bad. You know, the final girl is maybe the pick of the bunch. The others aren't that great, but the standard in a way. But it's the horror characters, the monsters, the family of monsters, which really stand out when it comes to character.
Mm-hmm.
It obviously put Leatherface on the map. Gunnar Hansen is so intimidating, so animalistic role. Just him swinging that chainsaw around his head like a madman. And just the visual of him, he has such a stature, such a presence, and just the levels of depravity this family goes to, and what they put these characters through. Like towards the end with the Sally character is just so grotesque and sick, and obviously because of the way the film was made, a lot of notorious, you know, stuff creeping into the actual fiction world, if you like, then that obviously, although it's not very pleasant for some of the actors, it did, you know, add authenticity to the film and made for a really grueling experience watching it. Really good kills. Obviously I had one of the kills in my top 10 kills list, and the kills are very well done, very well directed, and really grueling ride. It has one of the most intense endings to any horror movie, I think. And as I said, a great example of like great independent filmmaking, and the low budget and the low key feel really add into the mood and just how scary the movie is. Leatherface, it marked him out as one of the best movie monsters in history. You know, he deserves to be talked along some of the greats, and his family as well. You know, they make for quite a group of nasty, sinister,
creepy group of little hillbillies.
I mean, in some ways, maybe that, like the uncle in particular, his character, maybe he's the worst of them, just because Leatherface, I think there's a bit of an argument, you know, he's very like mentally unstable, doesn't quite know what he's doing at times, but as the ringleader, as the one who's manipulating all this, the whatever he was, the father, the uncle, is in many ways maybe the most loathsome. But you've got really standout villains.
Watching something or the other, and someone was saying that when it came out, you know, people have been saying a lot of these horror movies, they're like movies about psychos, but this was the first movie that looked like it had been made by a psycho. And I'm like, yeah, it really does have that feel to it, that like whoever made this is really deranged. So very, very good choice. All right, so we are now in top 10. We have reached top 10 time. So top 10 favorite horror movies. So I am kicking number 10 off by staying within the Scream franchise, and I am going with the most recent Scream, Scream 2022, aka Scream 5. I know this movie didn't land for a lot of people, but for me, it worked so well. I loved this film. It had the right amount of nostalgia. It had the right amount of like self-awareness. I know that Sam gets a lot of hate, but I really loved Sam as a final girl, and I really loved Tara as well. And I think that they are really up for the challenge of taking on the new mantle of final girl in the Scream series. I thought that the direction was really good. The Radio Silence guys, obviously having done Ready or Not, that has a similar feel. I thought they did a really good job here. It is obviously missing Wes's magical touch, but no one's ever going to be Wes Craven. So I think the Radio Silence guys knew that, and they just made the best movie that they could. I think it really honored Wes well. I liked that they named a character after him. I loved the to Wes bit at the party, and that like they brought back voices from other actors to do that. And of course the movie's dedicated to him, so that was great. I think that Sydney was used really well in this film. I've talked about how the fourth film has a real struggle between trying to balance the old characters and the new, and I thought this film really fixed that. I thought Sydney worked so well as like the hardened final girl who just came in for the final act to kind of help everyone out, but that she wasn't actually the target this time. I loved that they were brave enough to kill off one of the main trio. I thought that was such a good and such a bold move, and it had to happen sooner or later. You know, you can't keep having these three survive Ghostface after Ghostface after Ghostface. So the fact that they went, no, we're actually going to kill off Dewey, I thought, as sad as that was, I thought it was fantastic, and it really shook the franchise up and really made the stakes feel higher, because it suddenly really felt like anyone could die. If you could kill Dewey, who has survived multiple stabbings over multiple movies, and you finally say, no, he's not invincible, I thought that was great. I also thought Dewey's characterization was great. I thought Gail's characterization was great. I mean, there were a couple of issues. I've talked about how I don't like Ghost Billy. I thought Ghost Billy was a little too much. I didn't mind Sam being related to Billy. That part I didn't mind, but Sam actually seeing visions of her dead dad with the really bad filter that they put on Skeet Ulrich, like that was too much. And one of the ghost faces I'm not particularly fond of at the end. But overall, I thought this movie was really fresh. I thought it was really fun. I thought it really restored like the feel and the tension of Scream. It wasn't particularly scary, but I really think it's just that the Scream films don't scare me anymore. Like slashers don't tend to scare me, but it was tense. And that's how I judge slashers now. I'm like, do I feel tense in this scene? Do I feel worried for the character? And I had that in quite a few scenes. So I was really surprised by how much I love this film. Scream 3 has been my second favorite Scream film for, well, ever. But this one just knocked that one out of the park. So that's my number 10, kicking it off with the Scream franchise, Scream 2022.
I would say I agree with some of that. I think the film does have its good points. You know, I'm not going to say it's an outright bad movie, but I was more in mediocre territory. And one of the big points to come back on you with is, for me, it was too much nostalgia.
Fair enough.
I think they went OTT. I don't like that everybody has to be connected to an original character. I think that's way over the top. And you know, I think sometimes they're being a bit too clever for their own good with all these different references. But okay, yeah, we'll get back to that. Obviously, Scream 6 will be interesting to see what they do next. I'm still hoping it will be set in outer space. That's my sort of dream.
Like Jason X.
Yeah, that's the way to kick life into that franchise.
Oh dear.
Okay, so my number 10 is something you will agree with me on. It's a big favourite of yours as well. My number 10 is the original Candyman with the brilliant Tony Todd. So iconic, so charismatic, so sexy. We both agreed that is one sexy guy, as terrifying as he is. I mean, it's this weird thing where his voice is both scary and sexy. I don't know how he does that, but it's a great performance. He's so commanding, and once again, similar to Leatherface, like his villain, I think deserves to be talked in the company of some of the greatest movie monsters and villains
absolutely
ever. And obviously, like a lot of great villains in horror or otherwise, you know, then there is like a human side to him, to the Candyman, and a human motivation where you obviously can't get on board with how he's doing it, how he's going about it. You can't agree with what he's actually doing, but you sort of understand it. There is like a backstory, there is a reason, which definitely add layers to the character. And part of the reason why it's so high on my list, why it's gone in at 10, is because it's just one of the most culturally important horror movies probably ever. I mean, you have to... I know there's some critiques of it because it's very much from the perspective of the white character, the Virginia Madsen. And again, you've got this sort of middle-class student going into like these sort of, you know, these projects, you know, with urban kids. But I mean, that's partly what they were going for. I mean, that was partly the point, to turn that around on her sort of thing. But it's, especially for the time, 92, I think it's a very culturally important film in what it's saying and the themes that it's poking at.
Definitely.
It's obviously too rare that we get like a lead sort of black villain, you know, monster in these things. Very rare indeed, too rare. And so that's another reason why it was really important having that, and having Tony Todd really making the role his own, and having such a presence. And it's obviously well cast. Virginia Madison's a good actress, always good. You've got Sandra Berkeley, who always plays assholes, but is very good at playing assholes as like a husband or boyfriend. But it's a very scary movie with a great storyline, intriguing themes, good characters. Moments of really effective gore, but also good, like, you know, intrigue and suspense and twists. You know, I think the final twist is brilliant. I mean, it might be one of my favorite final twists ever. And we've talked a bit about music already this night. I mean, that score by Philip Glass is excellent. I mean, that's so chilling. I would say it just stays with you, you know, after you turn it off, sort of thing. It stays with you, that music, and that's a big part of the film in itself. I think that's one of my favorite horror scores, definitely, from Candyman. So it has pretty much everything. The more I've seen the film, the more I've enjoyed it even more, and I've come to think it's not only a very good movie, I think it might be a masterpiece. I can't really pick a fault in it. So that's how I'm starting off the top 10, the original Candyman.
Excellent. That is a fantastic way to start off your top 10. And I'm so glad that movie is so high on your list, because, it is. It is amazing, and I'm with you. It's definitely a masterpiece. So that is a great start to your list. I love it. So my number 9 is a movie that a lot of people may not have heard of or may not have seen, because it's kind of a smaller horror comedy that came out in the early 2000s. It's called Club Dread, and it's done by Broken Lizard, who are a comedy troupe who have done movies like Beer Fest and Super Troopers. And this is their attempt at doing a comedy. Now, it's basically, it is not the most well-made movie. It really isn't. Broken Lizard have that very kind of dudeish American Pie, you know, kind of humor, but there is a very small part of me that absolutely loves that kind of humor. It's kind of the nasty part that doesn't like, you know, that kind of wants to be let out every so often. Like, I love American Pie, I love Eurotrip, I love Tomcats. So this is a movie that fits in there. So this movie sits at one of those tropical singles resorts, you know, where you go and you take a bunch of drugs and drink a bunch of alcohol and have sex with a bunch of singles. Like, it's one of those things. So everyone's like in paradise. And this island, this getaway island, is owned by this aging rock star played by Bill Paxton, who is very obviously supposed to be an archetype of Jimmy Buffett. Like, he's supposed to be a Jimmy Buffett type, Coconut Pete, and he is hilarious. And so they've just gotten a bunch of new people in for a week at the island, and it turns out there's a serial killer on the island who is slowly knocking off all the staff members. So the whole movie is basically the staff members trying to figure out who's killing them while trying to keep the guests from finding out that everyone is dying in really horrible ways. So it's a really fun, really stupid movie that I have been watching since I was like 18, 19 years old. It's one of those ultimate horror comfort movies. If I just want something fun and enjoyable, I'll throw this on. Bill Paxton as Coconut Pete is the highlight of this movie. I mean, he is just having the best time playing this aging stoner rock star who basically does nothing but sit around and drink pina coladas and sing really bad songs about getting high. He is hilarious. The Broken Lizard troupe act in it. There's 5 of them. They're all pretty funny and they all play their parts pretty well. And then they've got a fun supporting cast. So I wouldn't recommend this movie to anyone as like highbrow, great humor. Like, don't watch it if you don't like dumb comedy horror. But if you want like a fun, stupid kind of background movie with like lots of fun songs and like a fun cast, and it kind of it has a bit of fun with the slasher tropes, you know, like it makes fun of slasher tropes and it makes fun of like, you know, certain setups and everything. Like, for example, at the end, they can't kill the bad guy. Like, they keep trying to hack him apart and he keeps coming after them. At one point, you just see his legs kind of swimming after them in the ocean, you know, things like that. So it has fun with its premise. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's got some faces that you might recognize from like other smaller bits, and it's just a really fun movie, and it's on my top 10. It made the top 10 because I have been watching it for so long and because I have rewatched it so many times. And for me, rewatchability is like a big factor in like, you know, how much I love a movie and where it lands on my favorites. So that's my number 9, Club Dread. If anyone's looking for a fun horror comedy on a Sunday afternoon, throw this on because I guarantee you'll have a good time. So that's my number 9.
Yeah, I can't comment. I've not seen it. I've heard the title, and I think I've heard of those other movies you mentioned.
Yeah.
But it's obviously their attempt to do horror. So
yeah, I would recommend checking it out just if you want something amusing, but don't go in expecting, you know, high class cinema because it's definitely not that.
But yeah, I have to ask the question because you said that character likes drinking pina coladas. So I have to ask, does he like getting drunk in the rain?
Yes.
I had to go there. There you go. I do love Bill Paxton. I'll say
he
that.
is fantastic.
Yeah, 9. Another one of the big hitters. I've gone for Scream, as in the original Scream.
Nice.
My number
Very
9.
Nice. I thought you'd have Scream on yours.
Yeah, I had to. I mean, like you, I've got so much nostalgia for it, and I've watched it so often. And you know, I remember seeing it twice at the cinema, and then I got the VHS tape, and
VHS.
Yeah, classic VHS, and I just remember rewatching it, and I sort of remember maybe watching it like twice in a row one day or something on VHS. So I just wore out my VHS back in the day with Scream. But yeah, I mean, at the time we'd probably seen nothing like it. It was this classic sort of satire send up of like horror movies that has that perfect balance of being for horror fans, like just winking to them, like appealing to their sort of taste, because it has that knowledge of horror movies and how they function. But also it works for non-horror fans because it is sort of ripping the piss out of some tired sort of horror trope. So it has that balance, I think, because horror is such a niche genre. So it is quite rare then you have a film then you can say speaks to both ends of that face character and that whole gimmick of him calling them up on the phone, asking them like questions about scary movies, and the murder mystery aspect and who exactly is it. When it started off, it was a fresh gimmick, it was an exciting gimmick, and over the course of the movies, for me at least, I know you maybe don't feel this as strongly, but for me it became too goofy and cheesy overall. I mean, in the long run, it lost its luster and it's sort of been revealed as, it's just a guy in a hood and a mask running about sort of thing. But those, at least the original 2 movies, especially the first Scream, you know, there was a freshness to that and the character.
Yes.
And said, although Scream 2022 was quite tense at times, you said it wasn't scary. So it's worth saying, Scream, the original, is scary. I mean, that's
it is
one of the reasons of many than I like it more. But it is scary. I mean, the opening scene is so scary and terrifying.
Brilliant.
Really tense. Obviously, there's that brilliant whammy of killing off Drew Barrymore, and especially they actually put her in the promotion, possibly making you think she was going to have the Nev Campbell size role.
Absolutely.
And so that's a great subversion, killing her off and really laying down a marker for what this franchise could be and what the movie was maybe going to be. And by doing that, it sort of passed the torch and like opened the door for Nev Campbell to make a name for herself as one of the best final girls in history. Great character. Sydney Prescott, great performance, and you've got great performances throughout this first film. Courtney Cox has never been better. She is
brilliant.
so well cast as the the ambitious sort of ruthless Gale Weathers. Yeah, so entertaining. As many of the best lines of the films. I think we've both praised Tatum a lot as the best friend. Yes. She's a really great best friend character, very feisty, very sort of tough, good sense of humor, but she really complements Sydney very well as their best friend. And there's a couple of standout kills. The opening scene is very good, and the kill, Tatum's death, is a really great kill. I think we both had that on our top 10.
Yes, we did.
So that kill really holds up. It's a great kill. So some standout scenes. Obviously, the meta stuff is very good, very effective, because just the level of detail and how deep they go with some of the film references. So, like some references you wouldn't even know what that's from, which is entertaining from start to finish, like literally start to finish. I mean, it's a very well paced film, but
it is so well paced.
But it's very well. It's like packed with great jokes or like entertaining lines throughout the movie, like in pretty much every scene, which is very rare. There's obviously some great dark humor in it. I think the satire of it has only grown over time, where we've seen how some of this stuff has maybe played out since in real life and stuff. So I think that's another way, like Scream, the original, was ahead of its time, and it hasn't lost any of its edge for me.
Definitely
it's
not.
Still, it's still just as good now, and it's still just as entertaining.
Just a tiny bit with my number 8, because my number 8, I'm actually packing 3 movies into number 8. So I'm having some bonus movies, but I'm packing 3 movies in because they work together to tell a complete story. They work individually, but because they work to tell a complete story, and you kind of have to watch all 3, that's why I'm putting all 3 in. And I think you know where I'm going with this now that I've said there's 3 of them. This is the Fear Street trilogy, which came out last year. So I absolutely fell in love with this trilogy when I watched it. So I read the Fear Street books growing up. I loved the Fear Street books growing up. I loved Fear Street, I loved Goosebumps, but Fear Street was one of my favorites. So when I found out they were making adaptation, I was so excited. And then when they did the adaptation, as an adaptation, it is fantastic. Like, it has so many little links and shout outs and, clever references that only Fear Street fans will get. The main storyline is lifted from the Fear Street sagas that, again, you would recognize if you read the books. But I think even if you haven't read the books, I think these are just really fun movies. I've spoken before about how the slasher genre is my favorite subgenre in the horror genre. I love slashers, and I think that Fear Street really got the spirit of slasher films. I think 1994 and 1978 just have so many homages and shout outs and little pastiches towards, classic 90s and 80s and 70s slashers. I think the characters are great. I think the characters are lifted so well from they feel like Fear Street characters. They feel like characters that could have been in the books. I think the overall storyline is so good. I love the way how with each movie we get a little piece of the puzzle and a little bit more of the puzzle until we finally get the beautiful reveal in 1666 to show you exactly how everything happened. You see the legend of Sarah Fear. You get to find out exactly what happened, what her deal with the devil was. And I think these films improve so much on rewatches, because once you have the full story, you can really see how well planned they were and how well made they were and how they lay down all of the mythology so that when you finally get the answers, everything ties together and ends up making sense. You have a great soundtrack. 1994 and 1978 have fantastic soundtracks. They really utilize the music from those eras. I think it was cast really well. Obviously, for Stranger Things fans, you have both Maya Hawke and Sadie Sink, but there's also a bunch of new actors that I think did really good jobs with their characters. And just overall, I was absolutely suckered into this series, and I have rewatched it so many times since we first watched it that it has just crept into my favorites and just found a place in my top 10. So that's my top 10. I know it's cheating a little bit because it's technically 3 movies, but we're just going to count it as one big movie, and that's the Fear Street trilogy, my number 8.
Okay. And yeah, that's actually quite a nice link to Scream as well, because there are some Scream vibes.
Yes.
That's why.
Oh, some great kills too, I should mention. Some really fantastic kills in the trilogy. Yeah.
So, number 8 is a film called Eyes Without a Face.
Oh, never heard of that. It sounds creepy though.
Yeah, it's
just the name itself.
So this is a French film from the late 50s. And bit of in some ways a cult movie. I think it is quite well known in certain circles. But it's sort of film, actually, I think particularly with arty people, they tend to have it on their best, films ever list sort of thing. But it's maybe borderline. Like in some ways, it's more of a thriller, but there's definitely enough horror type moments in it to count it on this list. And yeah, I revisited it recently. So the premise is very creepy, very sort of twisted. And this doctor who I think it's his daughter has gone missing and has been assumed dead. But we find out then she actually survived. Where the title of the movie comes from is then he's been surgically repairing her face, basically, to the point where she walks around with a mask on, and it's like an ongoing process of him trying to perfect her face. So it's sort of almost an early form of plastic surgery, of a critique of our desire to strive for like perfect beauty, perfect.
Oh yeah.
In this case, I mean, if you think of it in a horror type way, he is almost like the mad scientist type character, who's very egotistical, very controlling, because in many ways, for his own ego and project, he keeps manipulating her into staying, whereas there's various times when she wants to like leave, and but it's very sinister the way he manipulates his own daughter into staying, the way he insists and she keeps this mask on, like he becomes a serial sort of thing, because his I don't know if it's assistant or his girlfriend or wife, but the woman who works with him, he actually gets to go out and scout future projects. So there's like this one character who she goes out and she sees her like outside a theatre, and she like buys her like tickets for the play to get like she says, I've got a spare ticket, you can have it for free. So she sort of like grooms them in a way, like she befriends them. So then she says, because this character is like new in town, so she says to her, okay, I've got a place for you to stay, quite cheap, quite nice. And so she takes him back to the mansion. And as soon as she gets there, that they sort of drug her, knock her out, and she becomes held captive.
Sounds like a fun movie.
So yeah, it becomes this sick sort of perverted sort of like experiment throughout, where like he doesn't want them to leave, and he's obviously, there's a little bit of a mystery. There's a little bit of like the law, like the cops investigating what's happened to these girls. And obviously, as I said, most people think that this one, like his daughter, is actually dead. So they've kind of covered that up and kept her there. And he's telling her, wait until we finished, wait until I've perfected your look and you can go out. So you've got to stay. Also, he's kind of saying we've got to come up with the perfect story for how you survived, that sort of thing. Yeah. Very, atmospheric film, very tense, and some interesting themes, and a lot of suspense, some good twists and turns. Like, you're really on the edge of your seat of is that character gonna escape? Classic sort of French type thriller that bubbles along very nicely. Obviously has this unsettling type element, which I think does make it a horror movie as well. Good performances. It has a very good bit of music, actually, like the sort of main.
I love a good score, good bit of music.
Yeah. Because actually, I could be wrong on this, but I'm pretty sure the bit of music they keep using, which will be tattooed in your head because they use it sort of 4 or 5 times in the movie. But if you've ever heard the Curb Your Enthusiasm theme, I'm pretty sure.
I have.
I think it's the same bit of music because I know that does come from like a classic sort of bit of like opera style music. I think it's the same music, although it sounds quite different.
Some like obscure movies on here that I either hadn't heard of or had only heard of briefly. So you definitely haven't disappointed. So that's very cool. That movie sounds really intense though, and like kind of messed up. So 7 is Final Destination.
Okay.
Now I love Final Destination. It is just such an interesting concept. So first, I love the idea that, you know, you can't escape death, that death has a design. I think that concept in and of itself is actually really scary. You know, in a lot of horror films, you know, it's of people working out their issues with death and the fear of death and what comes after. And this idea that there's a design and that you can't cheat fate and that no matter what happens, death has a design and death is going to get you. I think that's just such a great concept. So first of all, you have this really fun concept, but then on top of the concept, they made a really fun and really entertaining and scary movie. I think that this movie is so well made. Again, we've got Devon Sawa, who I might have had a bit of a thing for back in the day. I first saw him in Casper and then Now and Then, so he was definitely one of my teen crushes. And, you know, you've got him and he has the premonition about the plane crashing and they get off the plane. Now, I have to say, the plane crash itself, that opening scene of the freaking plane crash is so well done. I hate flying. So, like, this movie gives me, like, major flying anxiety. I know a lot of people find the car pileup in Final Destination 2 scarier because it's more realistic, but for me, the plane will always be the scariest. So I think not only is Alex's vision done really well, I think the actual explosion of the plane is done so well. The way they do it from afar and you just see the fireball and then the windows of the airport just smash. I love that impact of the actual plane crash. I love the characters in this movie. If they're not likable, then they're entertaining. So, you know, like, I can't remember the actor, but Jack from Dawson's Creek, you know, his character is that's the one. He's an arsehole, but he's an entertaining arsehole. I actually really love Ali Larter. I think Ali Larter is a really underrated actress, and I really like her as Clea. I like Clea and Alex's relationship, and I love all the different death scenes, because the death scenes in Final Destination, I mean, across the entire franchise, the death scenes are great. We both had, you know, deaths from the franchise in our top 10 kills. This one has one of my top 10, which is the bus splatter with Terry. And, you know, and even like the teacher's death, is the most drawn out, intense scene. Like, she gets stabbed, she gets a glass in her neck, she gets set on fire, and then her house explodes. Plus, to add a cherry on top of this already perfect sundae, you have a Tony Todd cameo. And his cameo is just the best thing. Like, because it's kind of hinted that he may be death, but they don't like actually confirm it. And he's just having so much fun playing that coroner. And, you know, anything with Tony Todd is like a big plus for me. So like I said, that's just the cherry on top of the sundae. But I do think that Final Destination, when it came out, you know, it was classed as a slasher. It was put into the same category as like Scream and I Know What You Did Last Summer. But I don't think it actually belongs in there, because I think it's more of a psychological horror. Like, it does have the big kills, but the real horror of the movie is the thought that death is coming for you, and is the thought that you can't cheat death and trying to outrun fate and all of that. So I think there's almost an existentialism that's worked into the movie that's probably not too deep, almost accidental, but it's definitely there. And I think it makes that movie a little bit more interesting and maybe elevates it above some of the other like teen horror films that were coming out at that time. This was one of the earliest horrors I saw. Again, there is a bit of nostalgia, but I do also think it's a very well-made movie. The sequels differ in quality, but I think that first movie is actually quite well made and is definitely a fun ride. I found it quite scary the first time I watched it. I'm desensitized to it now, but I still have a lot of fun every time I watch it. And every time I watch it, it's just like a great ride, and I still have moments that make me jump, even though I know they're coming. So that is my number 7, Final Destination, the original.
We'll be doing that franchise
Yes, we
very
will.
soon because there's a new movie coming out this year, so we want to be.
Oh, there is? I didn't know that.
There is,
oh,
yeah.
Gosh.
They haven't
wow.
confirmed the date. I mean, if I had to guess, sometime in October, but they haven't
Probably.
confirmed the date yet.
Oh.
My number 7, sticking with the classics, sticking on a Wes Craven theme, which we've been on a bit already this video. So my number 7 is the original A Nightmare on Elm Street. So
very nice.
The first appearance of Freddy made him a horror icon, put Robert Englund on the map. Such a great performance, so commanding, so charismatic, and makes him really entertaining, but doesn't lose that threat, still has the threat. And one of the important things about the original movie is that it has rules. It has a really great hook. It has that brilliant concept of he gets them in their dreams, and of course everybody has to go to sleep at some point. So that sets that up so nicely, and it's something which they can play with throughout the film, because once Nancy and her friends start figuring stuff out, and there's certain things they can do to try and stay awake, or try to she kind of gets her boyfriend to stay awake, and he doesn't because he's an idiot.
Yeah, because he sucks. Yeah,
he sucks pretty much. But
it really does.
But there's certain things like that where they figure out they can maybe put some, like, if one of them drifts off, they can maybe get the other one to stand guard or what. It's a bit of an extension of how kind of trippy and scary, your dreams can be, your nightmares can be, and just how much more scary they are when you've got Freddy Krueger coming after you in your dreams. And it's a play on a lot of different things. It's a play on, like, the way they've got that rhyme that goes along with him, like the little, it's been so copied since, but which is so, in like using that for something sinister. The fact that it's based on something from Wes Craven's past. Great music, great use of music and atmosphere, and one of the best examples of really great practical effects. That's obviously something which was a staple of 80s horror, is really good, effective practical effects, which play a really important part. Just the tactile quality of some of those scenes. The scene with the ear, or the tongue, coming through the telephone. Yeah,
the tongue.
It's like, because it's practical, you can literally feel it. You can feel how wet sort of it is. So definitely, appeals to the senses in that way. Some great kills, like the one on the ceiling with, I think it's Tina, isn't it? And
Tina's
the pool of blood, and just how freaky that is, watching her being taken around this room. And the reaction of the boyfriend, it's like, what the hell's going on? His reaction. And just how Freddy messes with him, just how sadistic, cerebral he is. And obviously the very start of that scene is a great introduction to Freddy, because that's actually the first time you see him, like, because it sort of starts off in her dream, and his entrance is so good, like him just lurking in the shadows, his arms sort of outstretched, and
that outstretched arm is so creepy.
So creepy. Her appealing to God, him with the knives, that this is God. Such a great line. And obviously throughout this franchise, for the most part, he has some great lines, and unforgettable villain. You've got a really great final girl, and I think
Nancy is great.
Eva Lagerkamp is very good in the role. Feels like a very realistic, grounded, everyday teenage girl. And I think Nancy I think we'll have to do Final Girls one day as a list.
Definitely.
Final Girls.
100%.
I think she's going to be up there, one of the very best. And obviously, then they brought her back for a couple of films later. But it's, she's a really credible sort of lead. And overall, pretty solid casting. You've got John Saxon, always really good as like her father, like the chief of police. I think my only complaint with the film is the ending, which I know.
Yes, but
the ending feels a bit cheap, a bit tacked on, and I know that originally there was a different ending, and I think that ending's the one the studio wanted, the one we got, because they wanted.
They wanted a more happy. Yes, they wanted a sequel hook, I think, and so it ended up with that ending.
So it's pretty much a perfect movie, apart from that ending, the iconic. I mean, in many ways, it's of its time. I know. Some people pick apart and say nowadays it seems a bit dated, but I mean.
Yeah, but it's still a great movie. I mean, yes, you can absolutely tell it was made in the 80s, but I think that's kind of the charm of it, Not everything has to fit into modern times. Sometimes you just love a movie because it captures that snapshot in time. So, yeah.
I think because the basis of what it's doing as a horror movie, I think because that works. And, if you've got great characters, a great story, and if it is just doing what you want from a horror movie, then I think that trumps all else. It doesn't really matter if in some ways it feels a bit dated and of its time.
Number 6, we finally, after 20 movies, we have our first crossover. I'm surprised it's taken this long. It's crazy, but we have our first crossover. Because my number 6 is Carrie, the original Carrie, because, I mean, you said it all. It is such a great film, and it's such a great adaptation. I actually read the book recently for the first time and was really surprised by how well the movie had adapted the book and how well it had gotten the characterization down. As you said, Sissy Spacek, probably her best role ever. She is so good as Carrie. She really makes you feel for that poor girl. You feel so much sympathy for her. You just want to help her. And I think one of the biggest horrors of that movie is that we have knowledge that Carrie doesn't. So you spend the movie watching her come out of her shell, watching her become happy, watching her go to prom, watching her dance with Tommy, and she looks so happy, and you know what's in store for her. And it's almost like when you watch Titanic and you think maybe this time the iceberg won't hit the ice. You kind of feel that way with Carrie. You watch it, you're like, maybe this time the pig's blood won't fall, but it does. And the Black Prom is one of my favorite horror scenes ever. The direction in that scene, I think I remember hearing the actress who played Chris Hargensen say it took them about 3.5 weeks to film the Black Prom, and that De Palma was like, a real tyrant about that scene, but like it paid off because the way he splits the screen, just as like Carrie herself
really
kind
great.
of splits. It's great, and he really captures, I think, the terror and the franticness and the claustrophobia of that scene with all of the kids trying to get out of the gym, and of course Sissy Spacek just drenched in blood with that wide-eyed look doing her slow walk through the fire is, I mean, it's so iconic. And just everything about that film, the filmmaking, the acting, the direction, just everything is just so good. It was one of the earliest horror films I ever saw. I fell in love with it from the moment I saw it. It had such an impact on me, Carrie. It just stuck in my brain, like it was one of those movies that I couldn't get out of my head after I watched it. I totally agree that Piper Laurie is brilliant in that movie. Margaret White is just terrifying, and it has one of my favorite horror movie endings with that beautiful jump scare when Sue Snell goes to the White House and she's walking in slow motion and she puts the flowers down, and then Carrie's bloody arm comes out of the out of the ground, and you're not expecting that. It's a great jump scare. So I think you said most of it in yours, so I think that's all I really want to add to it. But that's my number 6, Carrie. Just absolutely love that movie. Such a great film. So that was my number 6 and our first crossover.
Number 6. And I think it's on a theme with some of my other choices where I have sort of picked out sequels which I think are better than the original movie, and this applies to that as well, because my number 6 is Bride of Frankenstein, which
okay.
I think is even better than the first Frankenstein, which was a really good movie itself, but I think the sequel's even better. I know fans of the book sort of think that as well, because I think the sequel is actually closer to the book than the first movie was, and making the creature more human, the monster, because it's the one where he actually befriends like the blonde guy, and because he sort of escapes, and you just get more of him out in the wild type thing. So interacting with kids at one point, like one particular kid, and yeah, obviously things change when the blind man finds out later who it is. But for a while, he takes him in. He obviously has no idea what it is, but you actually get this relationship between him and this blind guy, and you get more of that. You get more of it playing with its humanity, which I think anytime you have like a film like this where you've got a monster who's been sort of manufactured by a human, and this sort of experiment where in theory he's at least half human, I think it's always fun and interesting to play with the idea of his humanity and how he would react.
Absolutely,
and how he can function in the real world. That's something which is a lot of times a lot more interesting than just making him an outright villain, an outright monster. So to blur those lines is what's very interesting, and there are subtle moments in it which are actually quite touching and sweet, but they never go too far. That it does remind you it is a horror movie, so it still has those big horror type moments, but it's something which adds a little bit more to the story. The fact that you've got it out in the world, in the real world, like experiencing things for the first time, and like it does add some tension anyway, because just the fact that you've got vulnerable people around it, and maybe not knowing, one false move could maybe set it off. Performances again, good direction, but it's just, I think, taking the original premise and running with it and actually doing something a bit more interesting, and balancing that out with some good horror as well. And very gothic once again in the style of the movie, very atmospheric. But yeah, I do find that really like interesting when they do that, when they make the monster a bit more human and make it a bit more of a tragic type figure, where it sort of reminds me a bit of what they do with King Kong at times in those movies, where you actually do have at least some sort of relationship with him, and obviously like the Fay Ray character in those movies. See, in its own way, it's so well known, it's so iconic, and it did actually lead to other Bride of movies, if you think of it that way. It's something where, like, essentially Bride of Chucky is...
Well, I thought you were going to say that one when you started saying Bride Off. I was like, are you going to say Bride of Chucky? I mean, it's fun.
So, like, anytime you have a horror movie and it's Bride of something, it comes from Bride of Frankenstein. I mean, that's where it all started. So, that's my number 6.
Very cool. I haven't seen it. The only Frankenstein adaptation I've seen is the Kenneth Branagh one from the mid-90s with Robert De Niro as the monster. That one was quite traumatizing, I have to say. I've only watched it a couple of times. But I will definitely have to check out the original and Bride of Frankenstein at some point. Very cool. So we're in top 5 territory. We've made it to top 5, people. Woo! So coming in at my number 5, we have another crossover. Yay!
Okay. Very
More
cool.
crossover. So my number 5 is Candyman, the original 1992 Candyman. As you said, I mean, you covered a lot of it, but it is just such a brilliant movie. I love that it's kind of a gothic horror, but I love that it's set in like this urban setting. I really love the use of Cabrini Green, which was a real housing settlement in Chicago back in the 90s. It's since been demolished, but it did have all the problems that they show in the movie. As you said, Tony Todd, so good in that role. I mean, I watch most horror movies, and even though I love the villain, I'm mostly scared of the villain and want the villain to stay away from me. Not with Candyman. No, Candyman says, "Be my victim," and I immediately say, "Yes, yes, Candyman, I will be your victim. Come and take me." Steven's actually a little disturbed by how much I find Candyman attractive, but I mean, Tony Todd, man. He's such an attractive man. That really voice, oh, the voice. I mean, it really makes the character, doesn't it? That booming, but still seductive, but also terrifying, but also so appealing voice. Like you said, Virginia Madsen is really good. I love the kind of almost tragic love story between her and Candyman, you know, because Candyman thinks that she's the reincarnation of his lost love.
Yeah.
As you said, I do like that it does touch on themes of race and class, you know, in the 90s at that time. As you said, maybe not as well as it could have been, given that it is told through a white director's eyes and through a white character's eyes, but it touches on issues that films weren't touching on back then. And I know that the director had a big argument over whether or not Candyman should be black, because they were like, oh, well, if it's a black villain, you know, isn't that racist? And his argument was, well, we don't have any black villains, you know, isn't it just as empowering to show a black villain? They actually ended up going to the NAACP to make sure that everything was on board, and yeah, they were all fine with it. So, and we ended up with this movie, which, like, as you said, it's just a fucking masterpiece. It is so well made. That score, oh, that organ, like that orchestral eerie score, like you hear that Candyman score and it's so iconic, and it's got such a beautiful and yet tragic climax, and just everything about it works. I love that they used actual live bees. Tony Todd made a fortune. He got $1,000 for every bee sting that he received. Virginia Madsen was actually allergic to bees. They had to keep like an ambulance on standby because she was allergic. But the practical effects just work so much better than if they'd been CGI. That moment where he opens up his cloak and you see his rib cage is like swarming with bees, or that scene where they're actually in his mouth. They literally put bees in Tony Todd's mouth. Like, dude, that's commitment. But yeah, I think you said it all. It's just such a great film. I have loved it for so many years, and it terrified me the first time I saw it. Like, I found it so scary. Now I just find it seductive. Now I'm just waiting for Candyman to come take me away. But no matter how many times I say his name in the mirror, he doesn't appear to me. So I guess I'm just not lucky. But that's my number 5, the original Candyman.
5. And again, I'm sticking on the theme because this is a sequel, and it's a sequel which I think certainly on a par with the original, and in some ways might be better. I mean, it's personal choice, but to give you a clue, I've already had the original, but you might know where I'm going. But
I think I do.
Yeah, okay, but I'm going to say the famous line from it to confirm it. I've said it many times. I'm going to say it again. Welcome to prime time.
Welcome to
bitch.
Prime time, bitch.
Yeah, there you go. Dream Warriors, nice. Nightmare on Elm Street 3. Like, as I said, it's a toss-up whether this is better than the original, but I mean, it does everything a great sequel needs to do, where it runs with the premise of the first film, and it feels like a classic Nightmare on Elm Street, but it does its own thing as well. It has this brilliant idea at the heart of it, where these sort of like psychologically wounded children who are in like therapy, you know, they essentially turn the tables on Freddy, and they learn to channel their trauma and go after him. And it's so perfect. Then it's Nancy returning, who helps them. She's now a dream therapist. Makes a lot of sense considering her history. So it's actually the first and maybe only Nightmare film where like the human characters are the ones you're really rooting for in many ways. I mean, a little bit in the first one, especially with Nancy, but this probably takes that to a whole new level where in many ways they become the main characters over Freddy, and it's just a fun turning of the tables where they actually get to rebel and turn on him, and they work together as a group, and there's some really satisfying horror type moments with that, and it's a really great idea just to have them coming together. They all have this past, they've all suffered at the hands of him, so it makes so much sense, and they band together and use their energy to try and outdo him. You've got some major talent working on the film. I mean, Frank Darabot's there, like he's one of the writers. You've got obviously Wes Craven's one of the writers. You've got an Andro Badalamenti score. He does the music. Lynch's regular composer, so great music, and obviously that really kick-ass, rock theme, the Dream Warriors theme,
love that song,
the main theme, which plays out over the end credits. Such a kick-ass theme, so great, but so much fun. I mean, Freddy's on great form again, as I said. Welcome to Primetime Bitch. Not only a great line, but a great kill as well, with the TV set literally down on the head, crushing through her. So that's great. That looks so fantastic. Once again, great practical effects, but a movie with such great energy and such great stakes at the heart of it, and tension, and a lot of fun. It just runs with the original's premise, and it complements the original, but like definitely does its own thing as well. You've got that really entertaining like skeleton sword fight at one point in like the junkyard. That's another gem of a scene, and it's great having John Saxon back. He returns as well, so that's another plus having him back. And a lot of history tied up on it. They definitely use the first film to expand and to add to the mythology and what they're actually doing in this movie. And sometimes with these sequels they can go overboard with that stuff, but this was definitely an example where they used it in a good way, which added to it. And it's a tremendous sequel. I mean, it's one of my favourite sequels of all time, and such a fun film, so entertaining.
It is.
So, and obviously a bit of a gut punch ending. I won't actually spoil it, in case you haven't seen it, but at some point we'll review it. But Nancy's role, all I'll say is Nancy's role in the film is really important.
I like Dream Warriors better. That means Dream Warriors has to be on here somewhere, because I know you've mentioned that. No, I love Dream Warriors. I think it's a great sequel. Like you said, I think it's a sequel that is pretty much equal to the original. The new characters are great. The theme song's great. One of my favorite pieces of like effects and kills is the kid who has the veins torn out of his feet, and like Freddy's using his veins as like a puppet. That one's creepy.
Yeah,
and I also like, there's a nice little, it's a tiny bit of continuity, but I really like it. They show that Nancy still has the white streak in her hair from the first movie that she received. So I like little things like that. They don't seem too big, but when they're added in, they add like a nice little touch. So that's very cool. All right, so my number 4, I am going for a very classic horror film, a very well-known, very, very classic horror from 1978, the original Halloween. Because of course it has to be on this list. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
I love this film. I mean, we've obviously done an in-depth review of it, so I won't go too much into it. But I mean, it was such a significant horror film at the time, really set in stone a lot of the tropes for slashers that were introduced in Black Christmas and then became, regulars after Halloween. Laurie Strode, obviously one of the best final girls of all time. So great in this movie. Jamie Lee Curtis gives such a good performance. I really like that Laurie is like a full, complete character, She's got her friends. She even has a love interest they mentioned. She's so protective over the kids in her care. She's so proactive. I love how proactive she is at the climax of the film. I love it. She stabs Michael in the eye with a coat hanger. I mean, the girl's stuck in a closet. Most people would just pack up and die. She's like, nah, man, I'm going to get a coat hanger and stab you in the eye. Just brilliant. Of course, the direction is amazing. John Carpenter building mood and atmosphere and tension. The first time I watched this film, oh my God, it scared the shit out of me so badly. I couldn't sleep that night. And I remember not wanting to look out my bedroom window because I was like, nah, what if Michael Myers is lurking around the corner? Because I think that's one of the scariest parts of the film is his stalking, not his actual like evil. It's the fact that he's always there, you know? You look out the window and there's the shape. You're walking down the street and he's just kind of hanging around, you know? You look out your classroom window, there he is. He's like this presence that just fills the movie. And of course, we all know how much I love Michael Myers as a villain. He's just, you know, just everything about Nick Castle's performance, which I find so hilarious because the only reason Nick Castle got the part was because he was hanging around the set and Carpenter's like, oh, I don't actually have anyone to play the bad guy. Do you want to play him? And Nick was like, okay.
Cool.
And yeah, apparently he went to like Carpenter. He's like, okay, so what do you want me to do? Do you want me to do this or this? And Carpenter's like, dude, just walk. Just walk across the road.
Yeah.
And we got the scariest horror villain that I've ever encountered, and it just works so well. So, I mean, if you guys want like a nice in-depth discussion, go and watch our review because we really got into this movie. But it's a classic for a reason. It's one of the horror movies that just scared me senseless. Like really scared the shit out of me, and it still holds up to today. You know, you watch it today and it's still brilliant and it's still tense. The score is amazing. The acting's fantastic. Donald Pleasance, of course, you have to get a good old shout out to Donald Pleasance, who is just so much fun and really like you've said before, Keith, he's kind of like a hype man, you know, like a WWE hype man. He's there to let you know, you know, how serious Michael is. So just everything about the movie, so fantastic. So that's my number 4, the original Halloween.
Okay. Well, there you have it. So my number 4 is going to be a very short sort of speech because guess what? It's Halloween.
Oh my God,
Snap.
so good!
Yeah, 1978 Halloween.
That is
original.
awesome.
Yeah, perfect. Then it lines up both of our number 4s. We've talked so much about it. It changed the game for the slasher genre. The slasher genre wouldn't be what it is today.
No.
And to repeat something I've said before, it's rare that you have one of the greatest horror characters in a movie. So to have 3 of the greatest horror characters in the same movie is so amazing. Yeah, Laurie is one of the great final girls and obviously made what we now know as the final girl. You know, it wouldn't be that without that character originally. I love that you get to know her and her friend have their little quirky personalities as well, and you sort of get to know them as a group. And it definitely benefits from the slow build, but getting to know those characters, getting to be in their headspace and stuff like that. But yeah, great characters throughout, great casting. Obviously Loomis is great, you know, when he needs to be very hammy but very serious as well. And yeah, Michael Myers, you know, the way they protect him, the way it teases him, and where is he could be anywhere at any time. You know, at times you wonder if it really was him or if it's just, you know, the camera's almost teasing you that then if there's someone around that corner, it might not be Michael Myers. But I mean, that's the whole point. It could be anyone at any time. It's a classic. It's a perfect movie. The direction, the music, the atmosphere, the characters, the build of tension, some great death scenes, some great, like, because I mean, obviously that they had to like hold back a bit on the death scenes because of how low budget it was. But you know, they're effective death scenes.
Well, they are.
I mean, the one in the car is the one that's
Annie in the car, 100%.
And then
the
obviously
opening film.
Yeah, and you do have really effective, like, big dramatic set pieces later on, which aren't necessarily kills in themselves, but obviously
reveals
the one
more, but still very good.
but also when he's just messing with Laurie, when he literally puts her friends out in front of her and the tombstones as well, sort of thing. Just that scene is really freaky, and Yeah, just the timing of some of the jump scares, like him appearing out of nowhere in the closet behind her, so terrifying. So
Yeah.
and great music, obviously. The theme is a classic. Once again, Carpenter stamping his mark on the film.
Iconic.
With his great
Absolutely iconic.
stage of the game. I mean, Halloween could have easily have been my number one. It's in that sort of bracket, and it's just, it's fine margins. It's personal choice of, what if you put anything above it and what goes above it. But when you get down to the final five, the final four, you are talking such an elite category.
Yes,
and
definitely.
Halloween could have easily have made number one. And I mean, if I did the list again, it might do. So
number 3 is more of a kind of a nostalgia kind of like, I love this movie. It's not the best made movie, but I love it because it's so good for me. And that is It, but 1990 It, not the recent one. So I actually don't like the recent It, but the 1990 It. So as far as I remember, I'm pretty sure this was the first horror movie I ever saw. And I saw it when I was really young, and I still don't remember how. I must have been at a sleepover or something. And Pennywise scared me so badly that I remember for like a year, I would not go near a stormwater drain. It just wasn't happening. It was no. And as I revisited this film more and more as I've gotten older, I have just fallen more and more in love with it. And once I read the book, I actually realized that it's actually not a bad adaptation. Now, it's made in the 90s, so the dialogue can be really cheesy. Yeah. Some of the acting is not great, and don't even get me started on that stop motion spider that they use at the end of the film. Although that being said, the new movie did not do that scene that well either, but that's another conversation for another time. But I just feel that the 1990 It, for one thing, I think it really gets the kids and their terror and their trauma and all of their issues. I think it does a really good job with them. I love all the little actors that are in it. Jonathan Brandis, may he rest in peace. He was great as Little Bill. You have Emily Perkins as young Beverly, and then you have like a mix of other kids. Now the older actors, Seth Green is in there. Seth Green is Ricky Toza, and as they get older, you've got some bigger names as well, like Annette O'Toole and John Ritter, and of course, you have Tim Curry, who I just love as Pennywise, because I find Tim Curry's Pennywise. See, I loved Bill Skarsgård. I really did. But he was too scary, because it was like, why would kids approach this guy? Whereas Tim Curry's Pennywise, you can understand why kids might go up to him. He's a little bit goofy, a little bit silly, but he's also really unsettling and really creepy. Like, there are so many scenes in It 1990 where I'm laughing at what Tim Curry is doing, but at the same time, I'm feeling like a little creepy, because it's like, oh, I want to laugh because you're funny, but I'm not going to laugh because I know you're a bad guy. And I just feel that it really captures the innocence of the kids and the terror that they're going through. And it's just one of those comfort movies that I just rewatch. Listen to me talking about horror movies as comfort movies, but it's one of my big horror comfort movies. And I rewatch this so often. Like, I put this movie on so often. I also really love the score. It's very simple, but again, it has that kind of eerie, kind of unsettling feeling. And again, when I watch It 1990 now, it's not scary anymore, but it's still very unsettling. And that's the feel I get when I read the book. I don't so much feel scared as I just feel really uneasy and really unsettled. And so while it might not be the best made miniseries, because it's not, and seriously, some of the dialogue is like, who wrote this crap? Like, who actually sat down and decided this is how people speak? Because they don't. But I think the younger kids have really good chemistry. I think the older adults have good chemistry. And I just think it's a really, really fun, really good adaptation. I know a lot of people prefer the more recent one. We'll definitely have to visit, I think, both adaptations at some point and review them. But that's my number 3, is It from 1990.
Okay, yeah, good stuff. Yeah, so you are counting it as a movie.
I do.
You do.
Yeah, I think it was released as like a made-for-TV 2-part movie, but now people refer to it as a miniseries. But I think it works as like a long movie.
Okay, fair enough. Okay, so my number 3, and I've gone with Night of the Living Dead. So,
George Romero.
Yeah, another cult classic.
That's a classic.
The original in his Dead trilogy, and it was, again, certain movies changed the game and define a certain subgenre, and for zombies, that's what this movie did, or what the Dead movies did in general. I mean, I really love the sequel as well. The sequel's very entertaining, and the sequel's in its own way has this satirical feel as well, but sort of focuses it in a different sort of area. But yeah, the sequel's really good. But personal preference, I like Night just a little bit more than Dawn. But again, because of the politics, because of the paranoia of it, that like it sort of taps into that sort of post-war type tension and paranoia, and obviously again very progressive for the time, gets into racial politics, and that plays a big part with one of the main characters, and in some ways the main character, but once again you get like a group of humans, a group of characters in for most of the movie anyway, in the one location, and the way that plays out is so effective, and interesting characters interaction, and it just pokes at these themes to do with racism and to do with some of the paranoia, anxiety that was going around at that time. So to work that into like a zombie movie is a great idea and a great concept, and makes it all the more intriguing to watch. It very spooky movie, very good use of like light and dark, and really eerie, drifting camera movements. Again, a very low budget movie, movies where it's using like handheld style cameras, and it obviously did define a certain type of zombies as like characters, and the way they move sort of thing, and some of the characteristics. And zombie, really, you can't go wrong with a George A. Romero like zombie film. But this one is, again, a bit like I said with Candyman, because of the way it works in the politics and the racial themes. It does make it a bit ahead of its time and quite timeless. And I mean, we've been talking about gut punch endings. I mean, this has such a gut punch ending.
Oh, I know. It's terrible.
It's terrible, but it's such a really.
It is, especially when you take into account how the rest of the film has played out and this particular character and everything. I hear you.
What the hell? So very scary, very atmospheric, but very original as well. Great tension with the characters, and definitely plays with this idea of sometimes humans being their own worst enemies, and sometimes humans being worse than the monsters. And there's definitely a mixture here where some of the humans are sympathetic, but then some aren't.
It's a classic. It paved the way for a lot of things. And I remember when I first saw it being very surprised that there was a black character in a movie in the 60s who was essentially, the one taking charge, and, you had to kind of throw all of the, the racial discrimination and out the window, and he's telling people, if you're going to be here, you're going to listen to me. And then there's no place for like these kind of politics and stuff. We're all going to die. There are zombies coming. We have bigger things to worry about. And I've only seen this one like once or twice, but it's definitely, and zombies not really my thing, but I think now, is this the one with the they're coming for you, Barbara line? I always remember that.
I think everyone knows that line, and that's another great like horror line.
Who is another one that I'm cheating a little bit, because it's not actually a movie. It's technically a miniseries, but it's only a 3-part miniseries. And when I first saw it, I was a little drunk and thought that it was just a really, really, really long movie. So I'm going with Stephen King's Rose Red, which was a miniseries which came out in the early 2000s. I love this. I'm going to call it a movie, so we're just going to call it a movie for the sake of it. But I love this movie. Again, one of the earliest horrors I saw it with a couple of friends. We were a little drunk, but it was still a good movie. So this project actually came about after Steven Spielberg and Stephen King were working on an adaptation of The Haunting of Hill House. And they were going to do a movie. And so King started to write a script based off Hill House. Then Spielberg pulled out to do something else. So that script became Rose Red. So you can see some influences from The Haunting of Hill House in this movie. But King kind of took the idea of a haunted mansion and like ran with it, and I put Rose Red on my top 10 villain list because Rose Red as an entity, as a mansion, is fucking terrifying. The house literally eats people. And then you find out when it eats you, you kind of become part of the house. So there's like literally no escape. There's a lot of King markers in this story. So you have the house, obviously. There's a little girl called Annie Wheaton who is very clearly based off Carrie. She's telekinetic and pyrokinetic and like massively psychically gifted. She has a scene where she makes stones fall from the sky, which is taken from the novel. And so this series follows this kind of very crazy professor who wants to prove the existence of the supernatural. So she takes a bunch of psychically gifted people into Rose Red to try and wake the house up, so to speak. And let's just say she succeeds, and it's kind of all downhill from there. But this movie, for one thing, they had a lot of fun with the sets for Rose Red. They really made this house look like it's like this endless, sprawling mansion where walls move and stairs change, and you never quite know what's there. The ghosts are really effective. They have some really cool practical effects in this movie for the ghosts. And it's actually got a really fun cast. So it's got Julian Sands. It has a pre-Bones Emily Deschanel. It has, he's an older actor. The actor who plays Sawyer's dad in Lost. He's also in a few other things. It's got him, and it's got, so quite a few people that you might recognize. It's fairly well acted. It's got a little bit of cheese to it. You know, it is the early 2000s, so there is a little bit of early 2000s cheese. This is another comfort horror movie of mine. I rewatch this so often. I mean, at least several times a year, I will put this movie on and just immerse myself in Rose Red and just lose myself in it because it's just so much fun and so entertaining. And I have loved it for so many years. And I just think it's just I actually think King works quite well as a scriptwriter because those long like passages in his books work well when they move to screen. Like when we have these long floating like shots of the house with this gorgeous voiceover talking about haunted houses, it works really well, at least for this miniseries. So I really love this. I know it's a miniseries, not a movie, but I kind of treat it as a movie because it's only 3.5 hours long. So it's not even really a very long miniseries. So that's my number 2, Stephen King's Rose Red.
So that's an unpopular opinion. Would you say a lot of people wouldn't be so high on this, or would you say a lot of people like it?
No, I don't think. For one thing, I don't think this is a very well-known series. I don't think a lot of people have seen this. For one, and so I do know that when we did the top 10 villains, one of your followers said that they didn't like Rose Red and that they were like, sorry, Rachel, you're wrong. Yeah. So I don't think it's for everyone, but I love a good haunted house. And I also love a slow ghost story, and this has kind of both of them. And so I think that, see, this one ranks high, not because it's like a great movie, but just because I connect with it so well and because I just love it so much. Like I said, a lot of my favorites, it's more things that I find to be comfortable, or things I rewatch a lot, as opposed to like, you know, really well-made movies, which I do have some on here. But no, I don't think Rose Red is very popular. I don't think it's a well-known work of Stephen King's, but I just love it so much, and I rewatch it. It's probably my second most rewatched horror movie, so it's got to be on the list for me.
I was going to mention Alison. Alison, because I'm sure Alison will watch this. She did it again, Alison. It's the double whammy. I mean, she pissed you off by having it as part of a horror villains list, and now she's gone the whole hog. It's number 2 on a top 25. But it's also funny to think because throughout this list you've had the Fear Street trilogy, debatable if that counts as one sort of movie, but obviously there's an argument. You've had the It miniseries, again very debatable. I'm not sure if that counts as a movie, but maybe. And now you've had this, so
Yeah, I'm cheating a little bit, aren't I?
something else to say. Cutting quite a few corners, but I guess you had to have your favourites here, so there you have it. Okay. So, yeah. Hi, Alison. I hope you enjoyed that. So.
Hi, Alison. I hope you know you're wrong. That's okay. Keith is wrong a lot too, so you guys will can get along.
No, I'm never wrong. Okay.
All right.
Okay, my number 2, something which I'm confident is better, is my number 2 is the original Psycho. So a classic.
I had a feeling Actually, I thought that would be your number 1. So now I'm very curious to see what your number 1 is. But
well, it's certainly was in the running for number 1. But yeah, and I think it's one of the rare Hitchcock films where you can sort of count it as horror, maybe. Definitely a mix of thriller and horror, but it's definitely one that creeps over into being a horror movie as well. It was so inventive for its time, really changed the game for how you could tell a story, I think, within a horror movie. So we've spoke on another video about how it starts off as one kind of movie and then Hitchcock pulls the carpet out from under you, changes it in the middle of the movie. I mean, that middle scene, that middle sort of kill and change of like direction is such a great surprise and gut punch when you first see it. And also the fact that the opening half of the movie is quite light-hearted, it's quite funny at times. And so I sort of credit Psycho as being one of the first films to really do that. Horror movies at times were more light-hearted, but I guess the difference with this is maybe it's being like funny at times on purpose. So but just that adds to what comes later, the fact that it then becomes a different sort of movie. Great direction. Obviously the shower scene is fantastic no matter how many times you see it. Such great direction, such great build off, and one of the great like screams in horror ever, and her reaction and just the way it's shot, the way the sound sort of fades out after she's been killed, and some great direction, some great directing choices. You know, the shot at the top of the stairs, you know, the aerial shot, the fact that obviously like the killer comes out of nowhere from one of the rooms in the hotel, but just the choice to have the shot at the top of it, like above, like an aerial shot, just something about that makes it even more scary. And just like a character popping out from one of the side doors, you know, in this frame, I think that makes it even more of a great jump scare. And as we said before, the whole Bates Motel and that setting, you know, it's such a great spooky sort of setting, and it really changed the game for like this idea of, I think again we've talked about similar themes, but the idea of moving away from like Gothic castles and moving into something a little bit different at this sort of secluded like type hotel. And there's been so many movies that sort of used the hotel as a horror setting. Since, and they're definitely partly riffing off Psycho. You know, I think a film like Vacancy is definitely like referencing Psycho, riffing off Psycho. So yeah, I really like the way they use the Bates Motel as like a character in itself, and making it really sort of spooky, and they use that space really, really well. Great characters, good performances. Norman Bates is a great villain, partly because he could be anybody. He just comes across as an average guy, then you would just pass on the street. You wouldn't think twice about it. You know, he has this classic sort of nerdy, awkward, everyday American guy feel. And obviously Perkins' performance is so good and so disturbed, and you believe in him as a villain when it happens, but you also see the other side. There's this unexpected side where, there is something that's so scary about him, mostly because he comes across as an everyday sort of guy. He's not a typical monster, like disfigured. He's not in a mask, he's just comes across as an everyday guy. So really great performance by Perkins. Great twist, one of the best horror twists ever, which has been reused so much. So much of this film has just been copied. Obviously, the theme as well. I mean, Friday the 13th, like, and in a fun way, in a way that's pastiche in it. But I mean, that obviously went to town with the classic sort of strings,
Yeah, it did.
Great in that and there's been so many themes that have either pastiched it or like ripped it off, sort of thing. So yeah, every element that you want from a great horror movie is here, and it's obviously Hitchcock at the top of his game. So that's Psycho.
Great pick. I mean, it's a classic for a reason. Like you said, it's been parodied so many times. It's been pastiche so many times. I mean, everyone knows that. I mean, it's so iconic that, like, people do their without even knowing where it's from. Like, kids will do that. They just know the motion. And you don't find out until you get older where it's actually from. So, but like I said, I thought that was going to be your number one. So now I'm completely thrown because I have no idea what your number one's going to be now. So that's interesting. But we have now arrived at number one. So do you want to guess what my number one? I think you already know, and I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it before. But if you want to hazard a guess.
Well, before we get there, I take it you have your list in front of you?
I do, yes.
So before you get there, can you recount your list up to number 2?
All of mine? Okay. So what, from 25?
To 2.
Or... So all the way from 25 down to 2.
Yeah.
All right, so just read out the names. All right, so 25, fine. Idle Hands. 24, Freddy vs. Jason. No one judge me for that, please. 23, Exorcism of Emily Rose. 22, Urban Legend. No judgment again. It's just fun. 21, I Know What You Did Last Summer. 20, The Others. So spooky. 19, Interview with the Vampire. Best vampire movie ever. 18, The Craft. 17, The Woman in Black. 16, Host. 15, Black Christmas, the original, not the 2006 or the 2019 version. Black Christmas, the original. Number 14, The Ring, the American version. 13, The Rage, Carrie 2. 12, Halloween, 2018. 11, Scream 3. Number 10, Scream 2022. 9, Club Dread. 8, The Fear Street Trilogy, bit of a cheat. 7, Final Destination. 6, the original Carrie. 5, Candyman. 4, Halloween 1978. 3, It 1990. And number 2, Stephen King's Rose Red. And now for number 1.
Do you want me to?
Sure, have a guess.
Yeah, I think I know. I'm pretty confident. I think it's the original Scream.
It is indeed the original Scream. So Scream is not just my favorite horror movie. It's one of my top 10 favorite movies, full stop. I just think this film is perfect. I mean, Keith covered most of it. The direction is fantastic. It's genuinely scary. It's also genuinely funny. I think it's one of the few horror comedies that actually manages to still be scary, because I find a lot of horror comedies, they lean more on the comedy side. So you lose the scare factor, whereas Scream is genuinely funny, but also genuinely scary. So I think that works really well. It's a great little snapshot of the 90s. Sydney Prescott is ultimate final girl, obviously. She's just awesome. Great performance from Nev. Gail Weathers, such an iconic character, such an iconic performance. Love Courtney Cox in that role. And of course, David Arquette as Dewey, so good. We love Tatum. Now, I love Billy. I know Keith doesn't love Billy as much, but Billy I love, and I love Stu as well. So these are my two favorite ghost faces. So just everything, about this movie, it's fantastic. That opening scene is just a masterpiece. One of my favorite opening scenes in any movies. Killing off Drew Barrymore. When I first saw Scream, I didn't know that she died so early. So that was a huge whammy for me when I first saw that movie. And I think it really sets up that, like, anything can happen in this film. You know, you're killing someone like Drew Barrymore in your first 10 minutes. you know you're in for a ride. And like you said, it really is one of those movies that is entertaining and engaging from start to finish. There's never a dull moment in this movie. There's always something interesting going on, something engaging. Like you said, the pacing is spectacular. Every time I watch this movie, I forget that it's 2 hours long. It feels like it's only an hour and a half because the pacing is just that good. It doesn't drag at all. And it's just a great horror movie. And like I've said before, slashers, my favorite subgenre. And this is really one of the ultimate slasher films. You know, it's up there with like Halloween. It is so good. And it set the bar for like so much that followed it. And I really love the little mini like slasher renaissance that it kind of kicked off in the late 90s. And we got a ton of like, not always great, but a ton of really fun slashers that kind of followed Scream. So that is my number one. Keith said most of it. We've obviously done a whole review on it where we talk in depth about how great it is. But I think it will always be my favorite horror movie. And like I said, it's one of my favorite movies, full stop. So that's my number one.
Very good. Yeah, it's fitting for you. I sort of thought you might go that way. And I can't complain. I think it is a classic. It's a stone cold classic and holds up. And, you know, there's definitely quite a few picks on your list I can pick fault in and holes in, but this isn't one of them. I can't really argue with you putting Scream at number one. So, okay, I'll run down my list up to number two and then see if you can guess my number one. So, okay, number 25 is Phenomena, aka Creepers. Number 24, the original The House on Haunted Hill. Number 23 is The Innocents. Number 22, Hazoo. Number 21 is Evil Dead 2. Number 20 is Let the Right One In. Number 19 is Dracula from 1931. Number 18, the original Ring or Ringu. Number 17, best werewolf movie ever, in my opinion, and that's Ginger Snaps. Number 16 is Hellraiser. Number 15 is The Descent. Number 14, The Thing, Carpenter's The Thing. Number 13, the original Carrie. Number 12, Carnival of Souls. Number 11, Texas Chainsaw Massacre, the original. Number 10, Candyman, the original. Number 9, Scream, the original Scream. Number 8 is Eyes Without a Face. Number 7, A Nightmare on Elm Street. Number 6, Bride of Frankenstein. Number 5, Nightmare on Elm Street 3, The Dream Warriors. Number 4 is Halloween, 1978. Number 3, Night of the Living Dead. Number 2, Psycho, the original Psycho. Okay.
I have no idea what your number one is. Well, because I thought it was going to be Psycho. And if it wasn't Psycho, I thought it might be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. And it's not the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. You've already mentioned some others that I thought you'd have on your list, like Hellraiser and A Nightmare on Elm Street. You're not sure. Literally, I have no idea. Can you give me a hint?
Another film which, with it in its subgenre, definitely defined that and sort of changed the game, and is a very early example of that.
You're just gonna have to say it because I got nothing.
Spooky. I mean, another clue is it's a spooky child movie.
The Sixth Sense? No.
Okay.
Village of the Damned. Nope, no. I got nothing. Just tell me.
My number one is The Exorcist.
So, how did I forget The Exorcist? Oh my god! Yeah. I cannot believe I forgot The Exorcist.
So
stupid Rachel.
Yeah. Okay. So the reason I've gone for that at number one is because it once again does that thing, which is what the director intended, where it's a domestic drama first, and then it works its way up to the horror moments, and you actually care about these characters. You actually invest in their lives. You get a sense of their day-to-day lives, and you sort of get to know them. But also because I think the context of it and just how edgy and unsettling it would have been back in the 70s, at a time where I think America was maybe even more, religious than it maybe is now, and that was such a big deal for people. So to actually turn that into a horror premise and actually turn that around and make it so sinister, it would have been really edgy and uncomfortable for a lot of people at the time. So it's partly the context of that, but it's also just the fact that the movie holds up the way it does all these years later. Then it's still a very edgy movie. It's still it's a movie that works whether you're religious or not. And I know that's something you said about one of your movies, so that's a great sign where you don't have to be religious to really get this sense of it. But there's just something really profound about the way it uses like good and evil as like a big sort of dramatic selling point for the movie. But obviously this is where the whole exorcism craze sort of started, and nowadays it does come off as very cheesy and overblown special effects, all the rest of it, but it's just become so much of a cliche. But it all started here, and when they first did it in this movie, it would have been very fresh and exciting. And they just build these characters and their stakes up so well, then you actually care about it. I mean, the pacing of the film is perfect. The pacing to actually get to the big dramatic like standoff and exorcism. And once again, it's just very sort of disturbing and shocking. I mean, there's just scenes with Reagan. Once again, it's that classic horror thing of playing on the mother's bond with her child, the maternal instincts, and that's what makes the horror even more scary and unsettling. And Reagan is so unsettling, so scary, and there's just certain scenes that are so like messed up and upsetting. I mean, the scene
there are
where she like comes down the stairs randomly, they've got that party, and she, she sort of swears at them, but then stands there sort of peeing on the floor. There's just something very unsettling about that. The scene where she literally like frosts herself on her mother, kind of, I won't go into graphic details, but anyone who's seen the movie knows that. I mean, that's very shocking all these years later. And I mean, good cast anyway, but a really great performance from Linda Blair. For such a young actress, she carries that role so well, because it's such a hard role for someone of that age. And I'll compare it actually with something I rewatched the last few days, which was the original The Omen. And I have to say, I find The Omen a bit overrated. I think it's good enough. It has its moments, but I think if you're going to compare it to this, and if you're going to compare Damien to Reagan, there's no context. Reagan, it's Reagan hands down. I mean, she's so much more interesting to watch.
Yes.
When you see her early in the movie, you see how childlike and vulnerable she is.
And so innocent.
Yeah, but you sort of see the darkness lurking for later on, and there's some really creative set pieces. I mean, I know some people find, like, when you get the director's cut and they add in the spider walk, I know some people find that cheesy, and maybe it is. And maybe
man, I loved the spider walk. Spider walk scared the crap out of me, man.
It is pretty unsettling, but yeah, just the drama of like that final big exorcism scene.
Yeah.
And, you got likable characters all the way. Like the priest character's very likable, and obviously Max von Sydow, great actor, really gives it his all. But real stakes, really unpredictable. It does feel like any one of these characters could die at any moment. There's real stakes behind it. I like them. We actually start the movie in a different place. It's sort of, you forget it actually starts in...
Yeah, it starts in Africa or something.
Yeah, somewhere like that. And
you're in some deep somewhere.
What they're actually doing that. But yeah, it's sort of... So that actually sets up some of the mythology of what we're going to see in the movie later. But Yeah, I just think The Exorcist is a masterpiece. I think it holds up so well. I think it's a very unique horror movie, especially for the time, for the context of it. Just when it comes to using religion in horror movie, there are obviously other good examples, but I don't think any movie has done it as well as this movie.
No.
And just some stuff, whether you're religious or not religious, is just so shocking and works so well as a horror movie. Great theme once again, and I mean that theme also, Tubular Bells. I mean,
theme is brilliant.
It's great,
Absolutely brilliant.
And it's sort of funny because it's an example of a theme where they changed it a little bit for the movie, where originally it was. Because Mike Oldfield, who did it originally, it didn't sound as sinister as it ended up.
Okay.
So they did change it up a little bit, but
for the better. It's amazing that
once
theme.
again,
So good.
that's up there for horror themes. So The Exorcist. Yeah.
Excellent choice. I mean, it's such a solid movie. I mean, I think the only reason it's not on my list, it almost made it into top 25, is just because I haven't watched it that often because it's such an uncomfortable movie to watch. Like, I remember watching History of Horror and they were saying it's not a nice movie. You know, it's actually a really nasty movie when you think about it, between the overt sexual references and the projectile vomiting and even even the part at the beginning where they're giving Reagan all of those horrible medical things that they're doing to her, and they're like sticking things in her, and it's just really horrible to watch. But I mean, it's such a great movie. It's been parodied so many times. It's been lampooned so much. It set the stage for so many things. And yeah, I mean, that was another movie that, like, when I first saw it, really scared the crap out of me. I was lucky enough a couple of years ago, they put it in the cinema, so my sister and I went to see it, and it was amazing on the big screen. So definitely, I can't believe I forgot about that one, because as soon as you said number 2 was Psycho, I was like, well, what's his number 1? He loves Psycho. I swear Psycho should be number 1. That's very cool. So we had a lot of differences with this one, which I actually thought we would have quite a few differences. So before we started, Keith and I each wrote down about 6 movies that we thought might be on the others' lists. So I think it might be fun to reveal. I got 5 out of 6 out of the 6 that I wrote. I managed to get 5. So I guessed Psycho, The Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Hellraiser, Halloween, and Scream. And the other one that I had on my list, which you can't really see, was The Silence of the Lambs. And that was the only one that didn't turn up. But I got the other 5, so I'm actually pretty happy with that. How'd you go?
Yeah, Silence of the Lambs is interesting because it's sort of borderline horror. I think I class it more as a thriller, so that's probably why I didn't go with it. But yeah, obviously, definitely horror elements. So yeah, I did get a few of yours. I did predict Halloween 2018. I thought you might have that. Candyman, obviously, I know is a big favourite. Also, Final Destination. Like I said, I wasn't quite sure which one you would go with, but I did put the original. Urban Legends, I got that right as well. So that's 4. I put that. Carrie as well. Oh yeah, I think I got all 6 actually.
Nice. Oh, you know
Scream
me.
as well. I mean, I knew Scream would be, and I was pretty confident Scream would be a number 1 because of the way you talked about it. So, yeah, I mean, obviously I've had a few like for honourable mentions, and definitely ones I was kicking myself. I thought, that should have been on the list. The one I talked about earlier in the video, where we had a vampire phase, and I sort of said, I can't believe this vampire movie. Is the Catherine Bigelow film Near Dark. That's one of my
Near Dark with Bill Paxton.
Yeah, that's a great film, a great cult film, and I was kicking myself. I love that film. I can't believe I left it out. So, yeah, I could slot it. It's a bit late now, but if we ever do another list, I think that might feature. So that's an honourable mention. Bride of Chucky's an honourable mention. That's
Bride of Chucky.
I love Bride of Chucky. And another one, I think, which maybe counts enough of a horror. Gremlins. I almost had Gremlins on my list. I
love Gremlins. So good. Well, my honorable mentions, like so I almost had The Exorcist, but it got bumped just because I haven't watched it that often. A Nightmare on Elm Street did almost make it onto mine, and so did New Nightmare because I love New Nightmare. There's just something about New Nightmare that I think is so great. Silence of the Lambs did also almost make it onto my list. Again, I kind of left it off because I was like, I know it's technically classed as a horror, but is it like a full-on horror? And do I enjoy it as much as I enjoy the others? And then The Sixth Sense. The Sixth Sense very nearly made it onto my list because I think The Sixth Sense is brilliant and so scary, but it just got knocked off by a couple that I just happen to love a bit more and rewatch a bit more than I rewatched The Sixth Sense. So those were my honorable mentions, the ones that almost made it onto the list.
Okay.
But I do find it quite interesting because your list is kind of really varied. You have stuff kind of all over the place. But I know you watch a much wider range than I do. Whereas my list, I think you can very obviously tell what my favorite horror era is just by looking at my list because so many of my movies are from the late 90s to the early 2000s, which is my favorite horror era. So I think for me, a lot of the time, my favorites come down to comfort films and ones that I rewatch. So, like I said, it's not necessarily films. Like, if I sat down and said top 25 best horror films, like best made, it would be a very different looking
list. Yeah.
Whereas my list is, these are just movies that I just love and that just bring me a lot of joy when I watch them and are like comfortable for me and stuff like that. I mean, I love a good horror movie that pushes me out of my comfort zone, but I also just love throwing on a good cheesy Sunday afternoon special like Urban Legend or something. So that was very interesting. We really did not have much crossover there. So that was kind of cool, but it was quite varied.
Yeah, it worked out well. Yeah, I think lots of different types of horror and genres represented across the two lists, and definitely little niche areas. So that was good, and I can definitely see where you're coming from with some guilty pleasures. Yeah, but good
Gotta
stuff.
love a guilty pleasure.
You've got
I have a very high tolerance for bad movies, especially in the horror genre. And I've used this quote
Scream free, obviously. Yeah.
But to quote Stephen King, the worst horror movie I ever saw was fucking great. So, it's like one of those genres
I've heard that quote.
Yeah,
That's
even bad horror movies are really fun. So I just have such a high tolerance for like cheesy, especially if it's like late 90s, early 2000s cheese, like sign me up. So
fair enough.
That was fun. That was a lot of fun. I enjoyed doing that one.
Yeah, that was our big epic list, few crossovers. So you've got close to 50 different horror movies represented. So that's really exciting. So yeah, great stuff.
So get watching, guys.
Yeah, get watching. I mean, that's partly the point of these list videos, to recommend certain things. So, but yeah, it's to mark our 1 year anniversary. So it was the ideal choice, and we'll definitely do future special lists to mark certain anniversaries or amount of episodes or whatever. And we obviously do TV lists, so I think maybe next time on an anniversary we could do a big TV style list. But yeah, we tend to alternate, so there's a few different lists up on the channels, and I know we've got a special top 10 one planned for Halloween for October, which I can reveal now. It's going to be top 10 horror TV episodes or Halloween
themed TV episodes. There are so many to choose from, so we'll be picking our favorites.
So that's something which you can expect in the month of October. Some of the picks. Like and subscribe. We want your list. I mean, if you just want to list a few of your favourite, that's fine. Or if you can come up with a 25 of your own, then put that in the comments. Like and subscribe as always. We will be back soon with more. And Rachel, if you just want to plug your channel.
Guys, you can follow me, Rachel Macdonald, YouTube video essays on TV shows and movies. You can also find my Tumblr and my Twitter there, so you can follow me everywhere. And Keith usually puts a link in the description, so come and follow me on all social media.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for listening. It's been an honour, and we'll see you again soon. Goodbye.